Good morning. Thank you for participating in this webinar with Erchonia and Dr. Dan Murphy. I know that most of you already know him and Erchonia and have our lasers, but I'm going to do a brief introduction and then he will take over the presentation. We'll be with you for the next 4 hours. Very excited. Now, Dr. Dan Murphy has taught over 1,700 hours to postgraduate continuing education classes. He also serves as a part-time undergraduate faculty professor at Life Chiropractic College West, where he is currently teaching classes to seniors in the management of spinal disorders. He's contributing author to several books and a quarterly columnist in the American Journal of Clinical Chiropractic. From 2003 to 2009, Dr. Murphy served as the vice president of the International Chiropractic Association, and in 2014, he was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award for the International Association of Functional Neurology and Rehabilitation. We're fortunate to have him here, so without further ado, Dr. Dan, take over.
Hi, everyone. The book I read this week is called Damage, and Tris Dixon. The book is about brain injury. So you see a boxer taking it on the chin there, and the book has created a lot of moral conflict with me. As much as I like mixed martial arts, boxing, football, rugby, etc., I start to realize that all of those individuals, all of them, have varying degrees of brain injury. And this book is a fabulous book on it. And so the only disappointment I have for this day is that presentation is on GoToWebinar. In contrast, if it was on Zoom, I could draw you pictures and show some of the pictures that I've been doing at my college class. Interestingly, this quarter, I have a military veteran that sustained a meaningful traumatic brain injury while in the Middle East. And the result is, these are some of the things that we talk about. What can we as clinicians do to help these people? And so for the moment, I'm off notes, and this is something I found on the computer earlier today. It's not one of my Picassos that we do at the undergrad level, but it's usable. And it's just this very simple question: what is traumatic brain injury? And what traumatic brain injury is a massive dumping, amongst other things, of two neurotransmitters, glutamate and aspartate. Glutamate and aspartate are also amino acids. They are building blocks of protein, so that yet they also function in the central nervous system as excitatory neurotransmitters. And what they do, and I became aware of this all the way back in 1991 when I read Scientific American, an article by a guy named Zevin, Z-I-V-I-N. Zevin from my alma mater, University of California, San Diego. He writes an article on all of this, and I'm telling you, it's a life-changing article, because I started to realize in 1991 that glutamate and aspartate are the problem when people injure their brain. I also realized that is our intervention. What can we do? When you realize that the injury to the nervous system is not done so much at the moment of the hit, but in the following minutes, hours, days, weeks, and even years, as Tris Dixon goes over in this book, people can be considered completely normal 10 years after they retire from boxing, as an example. So let's just say they retire at 35. At 45, they start knowing something's up, and at 55, they're institutionalized. How many people that don't box are institutionalized at age 55? Not very many. So they realize, okay, what's going on? And they start to understand that during the blows that they would take, there is a dumping of glutamate and aspartate, that the glutamate and aspartate attach to a receptor. The name of the receptor is NMDA, stands for N-methyl D-aspartate. So you can kind of see it right there. Again, if I was on Zoom, I could blow it up, but on GoToMeeting, you can't. You're kind of stuck with what you're looking at. And then once these molecules attach to this receptor, they flip open the voltage-gated calcium ion channel. And that calcium rushes into the neuron and it creates free radicals. The free radicals then damage the neuron. It can kill the neuron, it can cause mutations, it can damage the proteins and the lipids and everything else. As a consequence of that, right away is the realization, all the way back to the Zevin study in 1991 in Scientific American, that the brain's most powerful protector is magnesium. So magnesium literally blocks the voltage-gated calcium ion channel, so the calcium can't make the free radicals and damage the nervous system. So rhetorically, what are your magnesium levels? And I think there are so many references on this, but a recent noteworthy reference on this is this book. And it's titled Alzheimer's Disease, the first program to, making sure you can see it, to prevent and reverse cognitive decline. Dale Bredesen, a leading authority in Alzheimer's, he's a neurologist down at UCLA. He says that all of us are losing neurons nonstop from these same mechanisms, whether or not we've had traumatic brain injury or not. But traumatic brain injury drastically accelerates the loss of the neurons. Why would we lose from this mechanism? Well, some of the reasons are that food producers started to realize that glutamate is an excitatory neurotransmitter. Literally, it excites the neurons to their death. But the other thing they find is that glutamate excites taste, so that if they can put it in packaged foods, sales go up. The result is we are exposing ourselves to excess levels that are innately acceptable levels of glutamate, and aspartate does the same thing. But aspartate is usually in the form of aspartame. Half of aspartame is phenylalanine, the other half is aspartic acid or aspartate. So you start looking at diet sodas, you start looking at beef jerky, Dorito chips. I mean, look at the ingredients of Dorito chips. If you see the Super Bowl ad by Matthew McConaughey, right on the label says monosodium glutamate. Yet they can hide glutamate in food packaging by describing it as literally dozens of different things that mostly describe how they process it, and government allows them to put it in food packaging. For example, hydrolyzed vegetable protein is a classic AKA for free glutamic acid. And you can find lists of these things. We found them in a webpage called truthinlabeling.org. They're in the back of Russell Blaylock's book, which I'll show you in just a moment. But in any case, there is a definite laser connection to this. So I really like that book by Norman Doidge. It's formally in our notes, so we'll see when we roll through the notes. That he says that every hospital in the world should have low-level laser therapy for anyone that sustains a traumatic brain injury or a stroke, because one of the ways you can deal with the excessive dumping of glutamate and aspartate is to raise the levels of adenosine triphosphate. When you raise the ATP levels, they activate a pump that pumps the glutamate and the aspartate into the astrocyte, where it is held in an inactive form. The result is you get protection of the free radical damage to the neuron if you can raise the energy. The problem is both injury and or the stroke disrupted blood flow. If you disrupt blood flow, then you disrupt the ability to make ATP. However, if you have any intact physiology at all, lasers will make instantaneous elevations and meaningful elevations of ATP, activating the pump, protecting the nervous system from the NMDA. Of course, we still want to have adequate levels of magnesium. Take a look at this particular abstract here. So I just quickly found this on my computer this morning. Top medical journal, the New England Journal of Medicine, March of 1994. I originally started to learn about this in 1991. It's in Scientific American. In March of 1994, excitatory amino acids is a final common pathway for neurologic disorders. The neurologic disorders in this book are things like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and chronic traumatic encephalopathy. What is even more interesting is they talk about psychiatric problems, anxiety, depression, aggression, things that are neurocognitive kind of related. All of them are also related to this same cascade. Stuart Lipton, the primary author here, is a neurologist at Harvard. There's a very interesting piece. We are going to use lasers to up the ATP in part of the formal presentation. But before I actually do that, I also wanted to share with you that the things I just told you about brain injury is very well done in this book as well. Now, I've got a chance to meet Bennett Omalu, played by actor Will Smith in the movie Concussion. He signed my book because I was kind of like his introduction when he was the keynote at the Wave for Life Chiropractic College West. By the way, the Wave is again this week. So I get to open the Wave yet again this week. In 2017, Bennett Omalu was the keynote. Bennett Omalu is a pathologist that originally did the autopsy on former NFL player Mike Webster. When Mike Webster was in the league, he played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. His nickname was Iron Mike. There's a nice section on Iron Mike in this book here that just came out, Damage. So this is a 2021. This book here is a 2017. And Mike Webster was the center. Every time he snapped the football, he fires forward and it goes head to head with the people on the opposite side of the line. The result is he goes homeless. He has all kinds of cognitive issues, and he's living in his car, and they find him dead at age 50. And so I realized, okay, what's going on? Well, they realized is this book goes over a lot of the boxers that are completely dependent upon others in their 50s and never actually had a history of being knocked unconscious. Mike Webster was never actually knocked unconscious. I realized that the most damaging thing to the brain is repetitive subconcussive blows. So the constant hitting, so the hits when you're boxing. And one of the themes that Tris Dixon does in this book, Tris Dixon, boxer himself, former, and he goes, what is going on here? He says, without a doubt, the major damage to the boxers is done during sparring. It's not done during the match. And because during sparring, that's not the intention to knock the boxer out, but to give them as much punishment as possible to like toughen them up or something. They say that's where the damage is actually being done. In these hits are dumping glutamate and aspartate, and they don't have enough magnesium. If you've read that article by Bruce Ames from the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences and Institute of America, Ames is just north of Life Chiropractic College West. He's at Children's Hospital in Oakland, California. He says in that article, January of 2018, that the #1 mineral deficiency at this moment in the world is magnesium. And he says the reason magnesium is low, in part, is because the magnesium is bound into the soil by farm chemistry. So that if you put chemistry on the crop, it binds the magnesium into the soil. The magnesium doesn't get into the crop. So if you eat the crop, you don't get magnesium. If you feed the crop to an animal and then eat the animal, you simply don't get the magnesium. The result is I've read 3 books just on magnesium, the one by Mildred Seelig, physician, the one by Carolyn Dean, physician, and the one by Morley Robbins, who's a hospital administrator. They all say the same thing. We have now got ourselves in a predicament where all humans must supplement with magnesium. And one of the consequences of not doing so and getting it above 6.5 milligrams per deciliter is Alzheimer's dementia. That is said by Mark Baer from Brown's Medical School. Each dead neuron is one less you have for thinking, and it's not going to come back. And that you have billions of extra neurons. So if you can lose a lot and still be considered a normal person. However, if you accelerate the process with dietary habits, with repetitive subconcussive blows, and a longer life, then towards the end of your life, you're realizing you're not the same person. When you look even in the political arena, that you see people that all who knew the politicians says, because they're in the public eye often for decades, that they are different today compared to decades prior because they've accelerated these cascades from a variety of reasons. One of the things that is interesting about that is the number of the politicians that this is happening to in their 70s. When you look at the boxing crowd and the football crowd, very often it's in their 50s, some even in their 40s, when people start saying something's up, and no one can put their finger. Well, this guy wrote a great book, kind of explaining it all, just to kind of show you that so many good references on it, like this one, the neurochemical aspects of a cytotoxicity. When glutamate and aspartate excite the neuron to death, it is referred to as excitotoxicity. So there's medical text, hardcore medical text. All of this stuff was, I think, introduced to the entire world by this guy who I've had dinner with, retired neurosurgeon out of Jackson, Mississippi, Russell Blaylock. This book here is such a good review of the literature on this cascade that we're looking at. This book came out in 1997. This article, again, we're looking at 3 years prior. This is 1994, and I first started to understand all of this, an article in Scientific American in 1991. Other people do it as well. For example, this book, In Bad Taste, the MSG Symptom Complex, by a physician named George Schwartz. Blaylock has updated his stuff, and possibly the most awesome book I've ever read, Health and Nutrition Secrets That Can Save Your Life. This book, it's all over this cascade. It's all over the value of magnesium and why we've got ourselves as a species, human species, in a predicament that we chem up all of our crops now, and that is negative on the protector, the bulletproof vest. In fact, one of the references that we will see this day is that glutamate is the gun, calcium is the bullet that kills the neuron through free radicals, and that the bulletproof vest is magnesium. This is the writings of the big epigenetic methylator. Her name is Amy Yasko. So if you read her stuff on epigenetic methylation, is pretty cool stuff. Other references that kind of talk about this include Mercola does. If you saw his book from a few years ago, Sweet Deception, and there are others. I mean, there's really so many. In regular class, I tend to put a pretty big section together on all of this, but just using these words just to kind of get our head into the game. The other thing I wanted to share with you, because I just finished this as well, awesome book. And I'm wondering, Wendy, if you're listening to this, perhaps you could mute yourself, Wendy, because I think I'm getting a little bit of feedback, assuming therefore that everyone is getting a little bit of feedback, a little bit of echo. In other words, I think that my mic is going to you and then yours is picking it back up and rebroadcast.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself right now. Hold on.
You, I think we'll just take a little bit of feedback out and make it a little bit better. So you guys will see the most awesome thing. That didn't work. I still hear a little bit of feedback, but I can deal with it. I just want to make sure that when we go to the notes, which we'll be doing just in a moment, that I'm going to share with you something that is so amazing. After I put this class together, then this book came out. It's been out for about a month now, and it's called Ravenous. And this is potentially the most important book I've ever read. For those of you that know me, and I know a lot of you do, we're friends, and a lot of you I've known my whole career. By the way, this is year 43 for me as being a chiropractor. Because the camera's on, you will undoubtedly see Michelle. Michelle's been a chiropractor now for 37 years. I am a Western States graduate. Michelle is a Logan graduate. We practice here. She will be seeing patients this morning. So she's already kind of been in and out and doing stuff and making sure we got the presentation out. My history is that when I was 17 and in high school, my 44-year-old mother was given a diagnosis of bronchiogenic carcinoma, lung cancer. She never smoked, she never hung with a smoker, and yet at age 44, she had stage 4, that's as bad as you can get before death, stage 4 lung cancer. The year, by the way, is 1972. Today, very few people are diagnosed at stage 4 because technology is such that they pick up the cancer much, much earlier. But back in the 70s, when you go back literally 50 years ago, that the technology wasn't there. My mom was diagnosed only after she started coughing up blood. She'd been coughing for a year, and then the blood started coming up. And my mom declined medical care, and the reason is the basic report of finding is we will do surgery, take a lobe, maybe an entire lung, radiation and chemo, and even still, you will not see your 45th birthday. So my mom thought, well, why would I let you torture me and take all of our family resources and it doesn't really change the prognosis. I'm dead anyway. My mom went alternative, and she needed a friend. My older brother's already at Notre Dame, and we live in California, so he's already in Indiana. I'm a junior in high school. I have a driver's license. When my dad tasked me with going with my mom to wherever she wanted to go in her search for alternatives, she ended up doing this guy's work. And this is a guy that should have been a triple Nobel laureate, but politics precluded it. The most egregious of the politics is a politics called World War II, that he should have gotten the 1944 Nobel Prize for nicotinamide. I mean, how that's related to cancer. He already got a Cancer Nobel Prize in 1931, and he should have got another Cancer Nobel Prize in 1926. He was robbed of it, and the work that beat him was eventually proven to be inaccurate. So he should have been a triple Nobel laureate, smartest of smart guys. And there's a book that just came out on him, and I don't know how well you can read it, so I will. Otto Warburg's The Nazis and the Search for the Cancer Diet Connection. My mom did what this guy did. And when I read this book, there are some stuff in this book that is some of the best laser stuff I've ever seen. That laser technology is really dependent upon this guy's discoveries. He's just a brilliant guy, and he's kind of a creep. Everyone who talks about him says he's a creepy dude. Why? Because he pretty much thought everyone around him was stupid. But he's a creepy dude, and yet he was able, as a German Jew, he was able to avoid the concentration camps and almost certain death because Hitler's 47-year-old mother had died of breast cancer when Hitler was 17. Hitler was the person that helped his mother in the transition. So he became her nurse. And the result is Hitler has a very relevant phobia of cancer. And Hitler believes in his heart that this is the guy that has the answer to cancer. And that's the same conclusion that my mother came up with. And so she did his approach, which is really interesting. And what I did do is I found one of the drawings that I did on this for my 12th quarter senior class at the college. Wendy nicely mentioned that, yeah, I'm faculty at a chiropractic college. Yeah, I've been at Life Chiropractic College West now for 40 years, and it's a part-time gig, and they do pay me, and I give them back the money. So the rest of the time, I'm a chiropractor, but our charity work is the college. Michelle runs the classroom, and I teach the class. And again, it's weird how I blink, and it's been 40 years since I've been doing this. And I found a really cool picture of all of this, but I'm going to share it with you a little bit more formally in the notes, and then I'm going to bop off and see if I can do a picture on it. This book I'm writing up right now as we speak, not at the actual moment, but today, tomorrow, yesterday. I'm writing up some of the stuff that he says that are directly linked to laser, because all of you that know about laser, you know that lasers work at the level of the mitochondria. He discovered the mitochondria in 1913, and that he called it the respiratory ferment. And the respiratory ferment in 1925 was changed to cytochrome C oxidase. Cytochrome C oxidase is the target of low-level laser therapy. It is a mitochondrial protein. It's number 4 out of 5, and that protein is all over this book. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, there is stuff in here that is just so good. So I get to kind of weave that into our story for today. I'd also tell you that the mitochondria, looking over my shoulder, the mitochondria is the biological epicenter of cellular metabolism. So when you talk about mitochondria, you're talking about metabolism. If you take ravenous, which is what's the title? Ravenous. It is the desire of cancer cells for glucose. Cancer cells live on glucose, and their appetite for glucose is ravenous, hence the title of the book, Ravenous. But it's a book on metabolism, and when metabolism goes wrong, you get problems. Metabolic. If any of you read the third book by pediatric endocrinologist Robert Lustig from UC San Francisco, this book is over the top. I don't know if I've ever read a more cynical person. This guy is so cynical. Throughout his book, he's claiming that 88% of healthcare is a scam, that only 12% has relevance. The rest of it is all a scam for a couple reasons. One, that 88% of health problems are self-inflicted, and that they want you to do the self-inflicting so that you end up with a chronic disease that then is dependent upon pharmacology for the rest of your life. He says the scam is controlled by the food companies and the drug companies. And he is such a cynical guy. I would imagine he's going to be canceled really quick, censored really quick, because he's the most cynical guy I've ever seen. But basically, he's talking the same stuff that this guy's talking. So when you put these two guys together, both came out this year, both are 2021. This one's been out for a couple months. This one's been out for about a month. And you read these guys, you're thinking, oh my gosh, this is just amazing information. Saying that and getting ready for our day, here goes. So what I have to do is attempt to go off for a moment. Okay, and I am successful at going off for a moment. And then I'm going to pull up, oops, my talk. And Wendy told me, shooting the breeze with her, it took about 45 minutes to get the bugs worked out. And then I go to view, and then I go to, oops, I'm gonna go here, and then I'm going to view it as a, sorry, I'm going to view this as, then I know, see what happens. If it doesn't work, I'll come up with another plan, bear with me. the best laid plans, what I'm attempting to do is go exactly to our notes and just ooh, bear with me. Sorry, guys. And so this is going to be the picture I want to share with you. This one I can get out. This one should be my, yay. Okay, I'm there. So sorry about the delay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the 5th page of the notes. Then I'm going to backtrack, but I'm going to go down to the 5th page of the notes. Oops. So the 5th page of the notes looks like this. And this is from the book by Sam Apple on Otto Warburg. We'll see Warburg several times in this presentation that I put together before the book was ever out. But I just want you to take a look at this. If you can see my cursor at all, that we make energy in two different ways. One is called fermentation, so I've scored that. The other is called respiration. Notice there is 1 fermentation, 2 respiration. The respirations are occurring in the mitochondria. The fermentation is occurring in the cytoplasm. So we have respiration and we have fermentation. Fermentation doesn't make very many ATPs, but fermentation is done to sugars, glucose in particular. So when glucose goes into your mouth, it gets into the cytoplasm and it is converted into adenosine triphosphate through a process called fermentation. What is critical, Nobel Prize work, is the realization that fermentation is the only way that cancer cells fuel themselves. So that for cancer cells to divide, to grow, to get bigger, to metastasize, etc., that is done based upon the availability of glucose. What Warburg started telling people a century ago, literally, is what my mom did. Oh, bottom line on mom. Mom did this, and she lived 26 years. As Otto Warburg says, glucose doesn't cause cancer. Glucose doesn't, not doing glucose will not cure cancer, but since glucose feeds cancer cells, you keep the cancer weak. And it'll eventually still catch up with you. It did with my mother. She died at age 70 of cancer. The same tumor killed her. But she lived a life without doing any sugar. The result is she was given 26 extra years, enough to see all the grandkids born. And I'm thinking, whoa, what an awesome phenomenon. Otto Warburg reiterates that when we ferment, you can tell because lactic acid will go up in your bloodstream. Go up by how much? 700%. So that you can tell when you are fermenting. And what Otto Warburg would say, anything, listen careful, anything that impairs respiration forces the cell to energize through fermentation. If you happen to have any cancerous cells, that fermentation starts to feed the cancer cells. They get bigger, stronger, and they divide and they travel, metastasize, and you get complications. Therefore, what interferes with respiration? Well, there's a number of things. There's something that will interfere in the Krebs cycle. We probably won't do. But the main thing is you can block number 4 of what's called the electron transport chain. The electron transport chain is in the inner membrane of the mitochondria. When it is blocked, then you force the cell to energize through fermentation. What they figured out in the modern era, not in the era of Otto Warburg, But in the modern era, you can unlock number 4 with low-level laser therapy, particularly waveforms that are red. And so we'll see some of that. When you make number 4 work better, you improve respiration while limiting fermentation. The other thing, well, yeah, but are there any other things? You go, yeah, there's something else you can do. Rather than feed your metabolism glucose, you can feed your metabolism ketones. So when you do ketones don't ferment. Consequently, a major slice of alternative cancer therapeutics is to eliminate sugars while optimizing the production of ketones. The primary source of ketones is medium chain saturated triglycerides. And the primary source of medium chain saturated triglycerides is coconut oil. So that doesn't mean there aren't other sources of ketones, but the primary is going to be medium chain saturated triglycerides, which account for roughly 60% of a liquid or solid, a liquid called coconut oil, if you're above what, 77 degrees Fahrenheit, whatever the melting point is. And that then you get entrepreneurial types that they buy the coconut oil, they have the ability to eliminate the 40% of coconut oil that is not medium chain saturated triglycerides, concentrating the medium chain saturated triglycerides, and then sell consumers medium chain saturated triglycerides with that is pure MCT oil. And it's pretty popular. A lot of people do it. I know when I go to college, a lot of the kids are doing their bulletproof coffee, and it's like coffee with a stick of butter and a couple tablespoons or whatever of coconut oil or MCT oil. Kind of part of what I want you to look at is that number 4, this is what Warburg called the respiratory ferment. This is his terminology. The guy that changed the name to cytochrome C oxidase did so in 1925, and Warburg, the text by Sam Apple, Warburg took it personally, and that he never forgave the guy for changing the name from what he had named it to cytochrome C oxidase. But the cytochrome C oxidase name has stuck. It is the rate limiting protein enzyme. It's an enzyme for the respiratory production of adenosine triphosphate. So that if you can enhance 4, which is what lasers do, you up the ATP. Well, right away, they know a bunch of really interesting things. You up the ATP, you up the ability, the efficiency of the sodium pump. And that brings people further away from excitation threshold for nociception. I mean, they heal better. And then what's kind of got me into all of this decades ago, I'm the whiplash guy. I'm reading all these references on whiplash, and I read a reference that's called Painful Cervical Trauma by a guy named David Tolleson. And it's a 1992 copyright. If you pick up that book, great book, if you're on whiplash, it's a great book. But in there, he has a section on how you can accelerate the healing of any injury, including whiplash injury, with low-level laser therapy, because healing requires ATP. If you can increase the ATP, you can accelerate the healing process. In 2018, I did a court case where I brought in studies and go, why do you use laser in this case? Is it a plaintiff PI case, one of mine? Ironically, I saw the patient again just yesterday. Doing great. This case, I did a presentation for the court on low-level laser therapy, and I brought in an article that just flat out says, lasers accelerate healing and reduce pain. The patient is entitled to both following an injury that was subsequent to someone else's negligence. So I brought in these things, I brought in my laser, I showed them how to use it, I just kind of showed up the whole darn thing. And it was a perfect case. I mean, it was the absolute perfect case. But just realizing that the laser applications for accelerated healing and treating of pain goes back at least since 1992. When you look at the actual studies, they probably started to gel together in 1967. So in 1967, they're realizing that lasers are doing something to physiology. What they did back in 67 is they wanted to know if the red laser could cause cancer. It cannot, by the way. But what they did is they took mice, they shaved them so that there's no attenuation of the photons by hair. So it's bare skin. They shaved them and then they divided the group in half. Half is a control group. The other half, which means they get no intervention at all. The other half, they paint them with laser. They found no cancer, but to their amazement, the group that got laser, the hair grew back significantly quicker. So I realized, okay, how does that happen? Well, we know hair is you have a gene. How much hair do you have? It's genetic. So you're turning on a gene. Well, probably not really. They realized that every time you hook an amino acid up to make a protein, no matter what the protein, including the protein called hair, it's very energy expensive. If you can up the energy, you up the efficiency of the productions of proteins, whether it be a collagen protein or sprained ankle or sprained neck or a hair protein, it's the same physiology, more ATP, better expressions of one's genome. When you look at the very bottom of this page, fermentation can occur with or without oxygen. So even if you have oxygen, if there's things that will screw up the flow of electron, you push the cell into fermentation. I mean, let's just take a shot in the dark thing that's biologically interesting. They realized that to move the electrons between the electron transport proteins here to make ATP requires CoQ10. They realized that statin pharmacology drops the CoQ10. They have known, interestingly, since it was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, January 1996, that statins increase the risk of cancer. You start thinking, whoa, that's pretty darn interesting when you look at all of those different, facets of that if you drop the ATP, then there is an increased risk of cancer. When you drop the CoQ10, all of those things are pretty darn interesting. So in any case, just sort of looking at this model, see my computer skills now. And as we do this, I would just mention to all of you just a couple things. One, if you have a question, put them into the chat. I will read the chat at break, and when we start the next section, I will start by going over the question. At the end of class today, so if you have questions in the second half, I will do the same thing at the end of class. I will go through the questions and cover them for you. I would also just sort of suggest for all of you that check your mutes, because again, I thought I threw Wendy under the bus saying it got to be her, but I think somebody might have an open mic that might be slightly distracting. I mean, I'm dealing okay with it, but it might be a little bit better if you have an open mic, mute it up. And so now going back to my computer skills. So I'm going to go upstream here. So this is actually the first page of the notes. The notes are 107 pages. So again, I talked to Wendy, she says, you guys have access to it. So even if you're just looking at mine now and you want to kind of find these on the back end, you'll be able to. But I want you to see here, we all remember a year ago, whatever, President Trump became sick with COVID-19. And when he became sick with COVID-19, he spent a few days in the hospital. And they did a number of different things. They did some pharmacology, which I'm not an expert, don't know that much about. But what I thought was interesting, and by the way, I don't hear the feedback anymore, so whoever figured that out, thank you. It makes it better, I think, for all. When they give him some nutritional stuff. So every newscaster, the ones that like him, the ones that don't like him, right away, they quickly point out that President Trump has some risk factors. Risk factor one, he's old, an old guy. Risk factor two, he's overweight. And you don't get overweight by eating fat, you get overweight by eating sugars. And the result is, if you saw the Sanchez study, one of the critical studies of all recorded human history, being published in the top nutrition journal in the world, the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition, giving humans a sugary drink drops immunity like a rock. What was critical about the Sanchez study, one of the drinks that they gave people was a glass of orange juice. One glass of orange juice dropped immunity like a rock. You realize if you read the big nutrition guru out of the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, a guy named Barry Popkin, Popkin is really, really seriously adamant that we could handle obesity or metabolic syndrome with Lustig says is 88% of Americans now have varying degrees of metabolic syndrome. We could handle it right now with one simple change in habit. He actually says obesity and metabolic syndrome is now handled. Let's go on to the next problem. And what was his recommendation? It is this: drink only water. He says all of the things that we are drinking have sugar, and sugar makes people obese. It also, ironically, feeds cancer cells. So when President Trump is sick, I get the recommendations not to do sugar and stuff like this, but I also see that they tell him to take vitamin C. They tell him this. They tell him to take vitamin D, D like Dan. They tell him to take zinc. I get all of that. All of that because it creates, it boosts immunology and it creates tight junctions, so it's more difficult for the pathogen to get into our nucleus for replication. The one that kind of caught me off guard, though, they put him on melatonin. And of course, I hear newscasters who don't really get that, but it's a fact, so that's news, is that why they're saying, well, maybe he's not sleeping very well. Actually, that's not the reason at all. Melatonin is the primary combatant against the cytokine storm of COVID-19. So I created a killer graph on this that is not part of the notes. I just did it for my 12th quarter senior class. For any of you that have been in my 12th quarter senior class, which I know is at least some of you, about 7 years ago, my assignment at the college changed. And now what I have is an interactive drawing class. So we spend all class just drawing things. And all of the different lines on the drawing, I have to have references to support them and to integrate. My job is actually to take everything they've learned from all of their other instructors and put it together into a meaningful format, because a lot of times things seem disconnected from different classes. I'm supposed to integrate them all. And I get them for 4 hours a day on Mondays. By the way, if I am working remote this quarter, which I'm not happy about, I would prefer to be on campus. But if I'm ever back on campus, if any of you ever want to come hang out with my 12th quarter seniors on a Monday, you're more than welcome to. I think it's a real awesome experience to be able to talk to the youngsters, to see where they're going with their careers. And you guys will undoubtedly give them some advice based upon your experiences, and then just see how I run the classroom. I think it's pretty enlightening. What I want you to see here is, if you can see my cursor, if you see, again, if I was on Zoom, I'd blow it up, but I'm not. I'm gonna go to meeting. Notice right there, Warburg effect. Notice just above it, the respiratory system. Notice above that, viral infections. Then, of course, we have melatonin and COVID-19. We have all of these different players. So when I go back to the book Ravenous, it is a book on all of these things. And so, again, President Trump, whether you like the guy or don't like the guy, there are some things that we all observed that are pretty noteworthy. within 2 days of, within a day of getting out of the hospital, he was only in the hospital for 2 days. President Trump is an old guy. I mean, he's approaching 80 years of age. He's maintaining a pace that people half his age cannot do. He's in multiple cities. He's nonstop on airplanes. He's probably sleeping in bad beds and blah, 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 probably not the best of food choices. He's giving speeches in all of these different places without reading them, which is pretty uncharacteristic. Most politicians are readers in chief. They don't really do, someone writes something, the greatest speech ever. You're thinking, I'm not voting for that politician. I'm voting for whoever wrote that speech, greatest speech ever. But they end up being good readers. And yet President Trump is not doing that. He's just pulling stuff off the cuff, showing, whoa, what's going on there? Looking at all of this, part of what they did is melatonin. So I look at this particular study and see that one of the first things they do in this study is they go to the mitochondria and they start to realize how you fight the cytokine storm of COVID-19, how the cytokine storm of COVID-19 is driven by glucose. How much sugar are you doing? What else does glucose do? And how when you ferment, the result is you increase the lactic acid inside the cell, it's brought outside the cell, put into the bloodstream, and there's a spike of lactate 700%. And then you start realizing, what does melatonin do? Well, melatonin controls cytokine storm, and melatonin is made by enzymes that are part of the electron transport chain and the Krebs cycle, called TCA here cycle. And so the result is they find that there is some amazing connections with melatonin. Of course, the ideal thing is you make your own melatonin. But if you're sick with COVID and you want to reduce the risk of complications and or death, part of what they're advocating is elevating the consumption of melatonin. So we did a quick literature on it because we all got COVID. What do? Well, the studies that we pulled said that a therapeutic range is between 3 milligrams to 10 milligrams as long as you have symptoms. Remember though, if you start popping melatonin all the time, it reduces your serotonin because of feedback loops, because it's the same pathway. And if you drop your serotonin, you get both chronic pain and you get depressive illnesses. So there are reasons you don't want to do melatonin all the time unless you're endogenously doing it. So to make it in your own body is good. To take it exogenously then screws up endogenous machinery, and there's some complications from that. When you look at a country where you know, maybe 20% of us, 20% of Americans have depressive illnesses, which puts us in the tens of millions, and half of us have chronic daily pain, both being linked to serotonin, which is then linked to melatonin, and just different things that we can do about that as clinicians once we have the understanding. But just kind of looking at this and what I scored here, the Warburg effect. That's why when I read the book Ravenous, I keep thinking this is one of the most amazing books ever put together, particularly if you are biologically trained. I am skeptical that real people could get the same value out of reading Ravenous that I did, because I think it is too biologically complex. But where I knew most of the players. I know Warburg's buddy Hans Krebs for the Krebs cycle. I've read books on Fritz Haber and Albert Einstein and Max Planck for photosynthesis, because a lot of the stuff that Warburg originally looked at by learning about photosynthesis and photosynthesis pathways. And then of course the biological applications, and the fact that he was allowed to work in a prestige lab throughout World War II, throughout the Third Reich and the Nazi regime. He was able to do this because Hitler insisted that you leave Warburg alone, because he had a fear of cancer and he believed that Warburg had the answer. And I think history is pretty much, and then Warburg was the guy even after World War II, probably until about 1953. In 1953, you get the discovery of the structure of DNA, the double helix, the Nobel Prize by Watson and Crick. And as soon as that was discovered, cancer research took just a completely different direction. It all went into the genetics of cancer. But as increasingly they're learning is that of our 3 billion nucleotide bases that make up the human genome, rounded on the 3 billion there, when they start to realize that only 2% of the 3 billion actually code for protein. So if there's a mutation for cancer, it's in part of that 2%. That 98% of the nucleotide basis of the human, not of the mouse, but of the human, 98% was erroneously and sadly called junk DNA. It's not junk at all. What it is, it's what the stuff that doesn't code for proteins, what they call junk, is actually controlling the stuff that codes for protein. 98% of the human genome is controllers. They're epigenetic controllers. Now they realize is if you read the books on epigenetic, is that as you go up the evolutionary ladder, what changes is not the quantity of coding, but the quantity of controlling. The 98%, no other animal has 98% of their genome as controllers for the 2% that code. So you just kind of look at some of the differences there between different species. If that's the truth, how do you get a grip on epigenetics? Because it's always a poly problem, meaning there's so many different things that are working together within a body that will epigenetically control the expression of our genome, that the result is there has been a resurgence in what they call the metabolic approach to cancer. That is what my mother did. She went to the metabolic approach. That is what this book is. It's a book, and again, I can't see you guys, but so I don't know if I'm putting this in the right spot or not. But when you take a look at this book, Ravenous, it's about the resurgence of the metabolic approach to cancer, realizing that this guy was spot on, that he kind of got squelched down when they went kind of genetic, but now they're realizing some of the shortcomings of the genetic stuff, and the metabolic approach is coming full circle again. I found that to be fascinating, particularly when he starts to hit the stuff on COVID-19, which is on all of our minds, and what can be done so that none of us want to get it, but if we do get it, what can we do to make it a nuisance rather than a life-threatening infection? And so what I did is I reviewed this. This is my review. I do this article review thing. And so I reviewed this, and the articles I've been putting up have just been so over the top. But just take a look at this one. Melatonin inhibits COVID-19 induced cytokine storm. Says Otto Warburg received 1931 Nobel Prize. He should have gotten the 1926, and he was actually the recipient in 1944, but they wouldn't let him get it because he's a German in Germany during World War II. Remember, Germany didn't surrender, I think, until maybe April of 1945. And then Japan, it was more August of 1945. So the result is he can't pick up this stuff. But the point of it is, this Warburg guy is the brilliant guy. What he did for our family is unprecedented. Creepy, brilliant guy, apparently, creepy, brilliant guy came up with the metabolic approach that my mom used after doing her due diligence. And the result is she lived 26 years. Our lives, the 5 of us that are siblings without our mother, would have been unprecedentedly different, and almost certainly in a negative way. Part of the providers that she would see to help her coach her on this, one of them says, yep, we're going to deal with your cancer metabolically. But he quickly says, however, immunologically, the immune system is controlled by the nervous system. As such, you have to see a chiropractor or a cranial osteopath. My mom chose a cranial osteopath. That osteopath, famous guy himself, is the guy that convinced me to be a chiropractor. And so I went to chiropractic college because of this. And the only normal person in our family is my older brother, because he's not really watching my mom and everything she's going through because he's at Notre Dame. But myself and my 3 younger siblings, so the 4 of us that are still home, we watched my mom go from death's doorstep to being a healthy, vibrant person. The other thing is, if you read everyone, my favorite is Nora Gedgaudas. If you read her 2 books on glycation, you realize that eating carbs, the same carbs that feeds cancer, that eating those carbs also cause wrinkles in your skin. When my mom was dying of cancer, it metastasized from her lung to her brain. She died of the brain tumor. As we are in, so what we did is we realized mom's sick. We put her in my sister's house, and there's 5 of us. And so we did it 24/7. I mean, my mom was never without one of her kids until, and it took her 14 weeks. And before she made the transition, she was with my youngest brother when she actually made the transition. But when we were all there together, we would look at my mom, who was 70, and looking at her, the most striking thing is that she had the skin of an 18-year-old. She never aged in her skin, because when you stop doing the carbs, you stop glycating. The result is you have healthy skin, you have healthy arteries, you have healthy discs, you have healthy tendons. Everything is different. That all of those carbs, particularly glucose, common white table sugar, sucrose, is half glucose and half fructose. You should also know, as well, see the page again momentarily. There's another blocker of cytochrome C oxidase that I'll mention to you momentarily that makes you ferment and feeds your cancer. We'll see it in a moment. We will take our time by just running through the stuff that I've scored. Warburg believed that cancer growth is caused by a tumor cell generating energy, adenosine triphosphate, mainly by anaerobic breakdown of glucose, also known as fermentation or anaerobic respiration. A byproduct of this is lactate accumulation. So we have a couple little pictures on that out of the COVID article. This is a COVID article. In contrast, healthy cells would mainly generate energy from oxidative breakdown of pyruvate, called oxidative respiration. Pyruvate is oxidized within the mitochondria. Consequently, when pyruvate is oxidized, that's called respiration. You want to get your energy through respiration, because if not, you get it through fermentation, which then feeds your cancer cells. Warburg considered cancer to be a mitochondrial dysfunction, which would reduce oxidative respiration, increasing pyruvate fermentation, supplying energy to cancer cells. So bottom line, not a bad little background there. Then the prime cause of cancer is the replacement of a respiration of oxygen in normal cells by a fermentation of sugar. Says the authors of this article show that the cytokine storm of COVID-19 shares cellular metabolism with cancer, specifically with the Warburg effect. The pathogenesis of COVID-19 respiratory infection is related to what is referred to as a cytokine storm, i.e. a hyperinflammatory response. The cytokine storm, we all heard this starting last year, that we have an infection, and for some reason, our own immune system is increasing its production of inflammatory cascades that doesn't get appropriately turned back down. They refer to that as a cytokine storm. It's a really big deal. It says, during this cytokine storm, explosive production of pro-inflammatory cytokines, such as tumor necrosis factor alpha and interleukin-1 beta, and others occurs, greatly exaggerating the generation of molecule-damaging reactive oxygen species. Since the cytokine storm is inflammatory, inflammation drives free radicals. Free radicals causes all kinds of havoc metabolically. Says the cytokine storm is responsible for the most obvious signs of COVID-19 infection, including fever, lung injury, which causes cough and shortness of breath, and long-term complications, lung fibrosis, and death. People, why was the big concern with ventilators? Because if you scar up the lungs, because the resolution of inflammation is fibrosis, If you scar up the lungs, you have trouble getting the oxygen out of the atmosphere through the lungs where it gets into the bloodstream. So you have to crutch that process with a ventilator. By the way, so today I get you for 4 hours for those of you that stick it out. I get to do some follow-up classes where I actually go over these studies that they're now treating the cytokine storm with combinations of violet red lasers. So they're really fabulous, interesting. But we look at the pathology, the pathophysiology here. Number 2 says, similar to cancer cells, immune cells such as the macrophage and the monocyte under inflammatory conditions abandon mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation for ATP production in favor of cytocystic aerobic or anaerobic glycolysis known as the Warburg effect. Well, bottom line, we took the number 2, a lot of words there. So I'm trying to put it together within quotations. With inflammation screws up respiration and forces the cell to energize through fermentation. When that occurs, all of a sudden you have another complex because you go down an alternative pathway. It's called the phosphate pentose pathway, which then drives the cytokine storm. Go to number 3. Melatonin is endogenously synthesized molecule that is potentially useful in the prevention or the reduced severity of COVID-19 infection. So if you are infected with COVID, we all got it. What do? We do the melatonin. But remember, melatonin is endogenously synthesized. If you've read one of the greatest books on this in world history, it came out in 2017, it's called Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker from UC Berkeley. No one in this audience should not read that book. Another way, all of you should read Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker. Because if you don't sleep right, you drop melatonin. If you drop melatonin, you get immunological compromise. According to him, one of the greatest immunological compromises is you get cancer. And the cancer that is most prevalent from this pathway is breast cancer. So if you start reading this, you're thinking, oh my gosh, this is really good and awesome types of information. But if you take melatonin, again, third time I've said this, if you take melatonin in a pill all the time, you reduce the efficiency of your endogenous synthesis and you become increasingly dependent upon exogenous sources. Also, as we will see momentarily, when you do it exogenously, you reduce the machinery that makes it endogenously, including a step called serotonin. Serotonin, I mean, we got like 50 million Americans that take SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibiting pharmacology. They take drugs to raise their serotonin because they're so depressed that if you take melatonin all the time, it screws up the serotonin pathway, and depressive illnesses are a reality. Chronic pain, because the suprasegmental descending pain inhibitory control pathway also uses serotonin. And what they've known since it was published in the journal Pain all the way back in November of 1996, chiropractic adjustments don't work because they unpinch pinched nerves, with rare exception. The quantity of our patients that are suffering from compressive neuropathology is really quite minimum. It's a small amount. What are we doing? We're helping people with pain by activating the suprasegmental descending pain inhibitory control pathway through the periaqueductal gray and raphe magnus nucleus, which produce serotonin. But if you're taking melatonin all the time, you screw up that and you get complications. Melatonin is synthesized in the pineal gland. Also, to make melatonin, you need folate, B6, and B12, and you need darkness. Any light where you sleep, any light at all, whether it be a night light, a clock radio, a smoke detector, any light at all where you're sleeping will proportionally drop the melatonin, which gives you which gives you sleep disturbance, but it also gives you immunological compromise. Be careful. Melatonin is also synthesized in the mitochondria of the cell, including the innate immune response. So the melatonin requires the same machinery, again, the Warburg effect. Jump down in healthy cells, including macrophage, Melatonin synthesis in mitochondria is maintained by the entrance of pyruvate, a glucose metabolite, into the mitochondria where it is metabolized to acetyl-CoA. Acetyl-CoA, this is some of the pictures, so I'm just writing the picture. And I'll show you the picture again. The picture, I did it even better. So it's in your notes. Acetyl-CoA feeds the citric acid cycle, which is what the article calls it. We call it the Krebs cycle. And again, a student and lifelong friend of Otto Warburg is Hans Krebs, the guy who did the Krebs cycle. See, these guys are all cell physiologists. Says the Krebs cycle and supports ATP synthesis. Acetyl-CoA is also required cofactor substrate for the rate-limiting enzyme in melatonin synthesis, so that if you don't do respiration, you don't get melatonin, and then you're immunologically compromised. The result is you can pop a melatonin and it can help you, but if you do it all the time, again, you're going to see you get some other problems. But so that what's the recommendation? Take melatonin if you're infected with COVID. Other than that, just get your sleep habits together. Make sure you have your B6, B12, and folate. But if you have melatonin in a short-term crutch, which could save your life, pop the melatonin. This was what did to President Trump, and he recovered really well, even though he's got some really interesting complicating factors within his personal habits. During anaerobic glycolysis, pyruvate is converted into lactate and not converted into acetyl-CoA. So anything that impairs oxygenation, anaerobics, increases the feed to the cancer cells while decreasing the production of acetyl-CoA, which is required to make the melatonin. As a consequence of a COVID-19 infection, the macrophage mitochondria cannot synthesize melatonin, and because melatonin's potent antioxidant and anti-inflammatory activities, it would normally reduce the pro-inflammatory cytokine storm and neutralizing the generated free radicals, thereby preserving cellular integrity and preventing lung damage. Notice that that's a quotation from this article. It says, oh, by the way, so in regular class, I did a quick lit search. I just put in the PubMed database, I put in to the search engine, I put in melatonin and COVID-19, and boom, just like that, 70 articles pops, all copyrighted 2020. And that's from a couple months back. If I did the same search today, there'd be probably over 100 studies. Just letting you know that this is some of the stuff that providers do for their patients. We've had maybe a dozen patients with COVID so far. We're dealing with a few right now, giving them advice, things that they might be hearing from the doctors or maybe not. Says, again, it's outside the scope for chiropractors to treat COVID. So what we're doing is we're just trying to help people be as healthy as they can. So their own immune system, their own bodies kind of deals with it. Number 5, in the absence of acetyl-CoA, mitochondrial melatonin is no longer available to combat the inflammatory response or to neutralize the generated reactive oxygen species and the massive damage that occurs in the respiratory tree, resulting in the primary signs of COVID-19. Again, acetyl-CoA, which is the subject of the sentence, the acetyl-CoA is part of the respiratory machinery. If you only ferment, you don't get acetyl-CoA, and now you're in big trouble. Jump down to 8. The use of supplemental melatonin as a treatment to overcome COVID-19 infection is justified. It is. Like I said, I've got 70 studies when I did a lit search a couple months ago. Undoubtedly, there are more now. It says increased melatonin endogenously and exogenously provide a formidable weapon to reduce the cytokine storm as well as the damaging consequences, thereby relieving the signs of COVID-19 infection. No doubt. It says the anti-inflammatory and antioxidant actions of melatonin protects the lung from damage that involve inflammation or oxidative stress. Melatonin has antiviral actions against viruses other than COVID-19. Wow. This is kind of the same picture. So I just I did on my Mac just kind of to look at it. Glucose goes in. Now, glucose right away has a couple different pathways. One, it can go through what's called the pentose phosphate pathway. Sugar does this. Glucose does this. And then that drives the inflammatory cytokines of the cytokine storm of COVID-19. Sugar is driving the cytokine storm. And how many people know that? How many people know that sugar is just off limits when you have the COVID because of the cytokine storm? What this article we just went over details is that glucose will also go to pyruvate, but this is done primarily anaerobically. So you can do this without oxygenation. You can tell when you're doing pyruvate because the lactic acid spikes. If, however, you have good oxygenation and good mitochondrial machinery, the pyruvate is dropped down into the mitochondria where it is converted into acetyl-CoA, which then can go to the Krebs cycle, but acetyl-CoA is also part of the conversion requirement for serotonin into melatonin. Melatonin is an essential antioxidant. It is anti-inflammatory agent and it is an immune enhancer. But what is really interesting is that melatonin is the primary inhibitor of the cytokine storm of COVID-19. So what do? Yeah, we're doing all of this to the best of our ability, this pathway. But what is even more important for us, we started to pop the melatonin to run this so that we have a better chance for a nuisance infection versus a life-threatening infection. But I kind of mentioned all of this as we were going, just going to mention it again now. It appears justified to take melatonin if one is infected with COVID-19 or possibly other infections, because they were mentioned as well. But this article says it seems like it's a smart thing to do. And they did, without argument, did that to President Trump. I don't know if it has FDA market clearance or whatever, but the biological plausibility for something that has a very, very little downside, if any downside at all, why not hedge bets and do this, at least in the short run? However, there is credible caution that supplementing with exogenous melatonin, taking a pill, may reduce the endogenous production of melatonin, which may reduce the production of the happiness neurotransmitter serotonin. Serotonin and melatonin are made from the amino acid tryptophan. Tryptophan doesn't just jump up to serotonin. There's an intermediary called 5-hydroxytryptophan, usually abbreviated 5-HTP. Both the conversion of tryptophan to 5-HTP and 5-HTP to serotonin requires folate, B6, and B12. We also know that serotonin is involved in the suprasegmental descending pain inhibitory control pathway. If you start taking melatonin, the efficiency of this pathway will begin. The result is by taking melatonin all the time, you can drop your serotonin, which can give you depressive illnesses and it can give you chronic pain. The ideal thing would be to get your 8 hours of sleep, sleep in complete darkness, make sure you have adequate folate, B6, and B12, so that you can, and make sure you have adequate tryptophan in your diet, so you can drive this and you get everything you want, including the serotonin. But if you're sick with COVID, like it says, it seems that it is justified for a short while. Why you have symptoms? How long did I have symptoms? 2 days. First day I was 4 out of 10, second day I was 2 out of 10, third day I felt fine. I quit taking the melatonin because I think I'm out of the woods and I don't want to screw up these other pathways. This is the page we already saw, and I'm going to throw another curveball at you. Anything that blocks number 4 pushes the cell towards fermentation, which is undesirable. What you want to do is to optimize number 4. What blocks number 4? Well, the first thing that gets listed is a molecule called nitric oxide. Where do you live? This week, not too bad. Last week, very smoky here where I live in Northern California, because there's fires that are encompassing hundreds of thousands of acres, and the wind is blowing all the smoke. You couldn't even see across the street. You know, one day last week it was so smoky, and you realize in that smoke is a molecule called nitric oxide. It's part of air pollution. It's part of normal metabolism. Nitric oxide is a classic blocker of number 4. What they figured out, when you shoot lasers at the cell, that the photons photodislodge the nitric oxide. As soon as the nitric oxide is photodislodged or photodissociated, the electrons move more efficiently, and there's an immediate upproduction and a meaningful immediate upproduction of adenosine triphosphate through this pathway. That is desirable because if you're not optimizing this pathway, you start to optimize the fermentation pathway, which is not desirable because of its link with cancer. The other thing that they realize is that when you pop off the nitric oxide in a small level, a small dose, the nitric oxide functions as a local vasodilator. So it increases the delivery of everything you need to make ATP to begin with through the vascular system, whether it be ketones or B vitamin, B6, B12, folate, whatever you need, you get better. But then there's the curveball, and I put the curveball in your notes, and it's a rough curveball. So I'm the whiplash guy, and the evidence is if you have enough of an inertial experience that injures the joints of your neck, you have sustained some degree of mild traumatic brain injury. And the result is, why is it that some people recover from brain injury and others not? As I'm reading the book Damage by Tris Dixon, or I read the book Truth Doesn't Have a Side by Bennett Amalu, you start realizing that there are a lot of variables. Well, you read enough, you find a variable that is very well respected, and that is there is another blocker of number 4 that forces the cell into fermentation. And a single word, the blocker is fructose. You know, the stuff you get in honey, the stuff you get in fruit. And of course, it's half of sucrose, which is common white table sugar, the other being glucose. The other thing is you see the popularity of high fructose corn syrup because corn is subsidized by the taxpayers. Therefore, by extension, the taxpayers are subsidizing as sweetener high fructose corn syrup. It is a liquid at room temperature, while sucrose is a solid at room temperature. And so the high fructose corn syrup, because it's the cheapest sweetener out there, and the fact that you can homogenize it into baking goods, into yogurts, into ice creams, into drinks. The result is we see more into ketchup. Take a look at your ketchup. You see high fructose corn syrup is like the second ingredient. You realize, oh my gosh, that this high fructose corn syrup, and it is a mitochondrial blocker of number 4. And then when you block it, then you increase fermentation. And when you increase fermentation, all kinds of crazy things start to happen to your health and to your well-being. These are just a few things, selected concepts on Otto Warburg. This is before I read the book. I'm working on redoing this. It's all really interesting. Fermentation is the process of anaerobically breaking down molecules such as glucose. It occurs in the cytoplasm cell. So that's just a review of what we've been doing. Lactate levels would increase significantly when you are fermenting. The fermentation of glucose is 10 to 100 times faster than the complete respiratory oxidation of glucose. This is a rapid production of ATP. This is a higher rate but lower yield of ATP, giving cancer cells a short-term selective advantage. So all of a sudden, if you push the cell into fermentation, you selectively advantage the cancer cells. It says all normal cells have an absolute requirement for oxygen, but cancer cells can live without oxygen, a rule without exception. That's from Warburg. The mitochondrial respiration of all cancer cells is damaged. So cancer cells have damaged mitochondria. The result is they don't go through respiration, they fuel with fermentation. Damage in mitochondrial respiration leads to carcinogenesis. Chronic hypoxia damages the mitochondria. So stop. There is a definite chiropractic / osteopathic perspective to this, that the evidence is when chiropractors adjust, the improved mechanical afferentation goes into the 7th layer of the spinal cord, where it inhibits sympathetic tone, and the sympathetic tone, when you inhibit it, relaxes, and it improves oxygen delivery. In contrast, when you are subluxated, there is a vasoconstriction that reduces oxygen delivery, which creates hypoxia, which pushes the cell into fermentation. I think then in the modern era, this has always been part of chiropractic and osteopathy, that stuff I just said. I do a 12-hour class just on that. It's I think it's my best work. But if you are familiar with the Agura studies from 2011, 2017, what Agura did is he injected human beings with radioactive glucose pre and post adjustment, and he then followed the conversion of the glucose into ATP using PET scans. And there was a positron emission tomography. The result is his conclusions are that chiropractic adjustments are making meaningful changes in metabolism, meaning they help respiration, which is desirable because if you help respiration, you reduce fermentation, which is what you don't want to do. Interesting for low-level laser users, us, blocker inefficiency of the mitochondrial electron transport chain enzyme number 4, it's called cytochrome C oxidase, reduces mitochondrial respiration, production of ATP, increased cytoplasmic fermentation of glucose to pyruvate and then to lactate. Warburg was the discoverer of cytochrome C oxidase. He didn't name it. He called it the respiratory ferment. It was changed by a colleague in 1925. Warburg is doing all of his stuff back in 1913. The primary cause of the replacement of cancer cells is replacement of cell respiration with fermentation, lactate formation from glucose. I mean, that's all of this is from Warburg. Just a couple side notes here. Warburg believed that the initial genetic damage mutation that often started cancer were attributed to exposure to chemicals. If you remember, Warburg didn't die until 1970. So my mom starts doing his approach in 1972, and she lived beat the medical prognosticators. But when you look at this, Warburg was the original organic food guy. They say that he would bring his own produce to restaurant meetings and to conferences, that he would only drink water from a pristine well that he had complete control over, and he would mule his own water. He was one of the early leaders saying that smoking is dumb because there are so many toxic chemicals in there. So he's the original eat organic kind of guy, and not to chem up your food, because he says these are the things that cause cancer, increase the risk. And yeah, you can get cancer from radiation and just from genetics. It could be what your parents and your grandparents and your great-grandparents did. Once you get cancer, you got it. His pitch is stop feeding it. Try to do just reverse, starve it. And you starve it by stop doing glucose. And again, it doesn't have to taste sweet. For example, a potato is nothing but a bunch of glucoses that are hooked together. So it has the same biochemical adverseness. And so and of course, the quite negativity on the consumption of fruit. So a fruit, well, it's got polyphenols on it. Yeah, it tastes sweet as heck because it's full of sugar. It says, consequently, he insisted on consuming only organic food, and he drank non-municipal water from a pristine well. Warburg was born in 1883. He first got a PhD in chemistry, which resulted in his Nobel Prizes, but he wanted to know what medical doctors do. He never treated patients, but he did go get an MD degree. His whole life, he was an equestrian. He's a horse rider, and World War I breaks out in 1914, and he's in a cavalry unit riding horses. He's wounded, and he recovered from the wound. They're going to stick him back out in the front lines when his mother wrote a letter to Albert Einstein. So remember, Einstein's already the most famous person in the world as of 1905. So here it is 9 years later, or even more when Warburg is actually injured, that he is a heavyweight, plus they don't have the same issues with being Jewish in 1914 as they did in 1934. That quote unquote Jewish issue started when the Third Reich grabbed Germany. Hitler was the head of the Nazi Party. His party won in 1933. Then all of a sudden, every smart Jewish person that could quickly got out of Germany because they could see the writing on the wall. Guys like Einstein got out of there. Warburg did not, and that gave him a lot of problems because many of people around the globe accused him of being a corroborator of the Nazis, but he didn't. The Nazis didn't like him. The Nazis would have put him in a concentration camp, but he was protected by the Fuhrer himself because of his cancer connections. Plus, it appears if Sam Apple, the author of the book Ravenous, is correctly portraying, he says that the reason that Warburg did not get out of Germany after the Nazis took control is because the realization that all of his team of researchers and their families would all be sent to concentration camps. And he says that as long as Hitler was protecting him, then he had the ability to protect his research team and their families. And that had he got out, which he could have, that it would have been the end of all of them. And so that he stuck out the Third Reich, even though he's a German Jew. Remember, it's in just before 1914 when he discovered the mitochondria. 1913 it was a co-discoverer, wasn't the only guy. He's the runner-up for the 1925 is when the respiratory ferment is called cytochrome oxidase. We're going to use this day in this class. In 1926, he's runner-up for the Nobel Prize. The winner's work was later shown to be incorrect. In 1931, he gets the Nobel Prize for respiratory enzymes. 1944, he's nominated for another Nobel Prize, but he's not allowed to get it, and he dies just short of his 87th birthday. The story told by Sam Apple is that he went up a ladder to pull books off of his shelf and had a bunch of them, lost his balance, fell backwards, fractured his femur, and ended up dying of a respiratory embolus, went to his lungs, and that's what killed him. And I'm thinking, oh, that's pretty darn interesting. So take a look at this one. And I got a bunch of these, and I like them. Light as a potential treatment for pandemic coronaviral infections, a perspective. 2020 copyright Journal of Photochemistry and Photobiology, coming out of San Diego State University and Marquette University School of Dentistry. This paper cites several studies showing that phototherapy has immense potential to reduce the impact of coronaviral disease. It says phototherapy says, I see if I'm going to do any of this. The first thing is just look at number 2. Always interact to the clock. Look at number 2. The evidence shows that the violet blue, basically 400 to 470 nanometers, is antimicrobial against numerous bacteria, and that you can knock down pathogens, including viruses. You can knock them down with a violet light. And so hence the popularity of the violet light. Now, what they say is you cannot go below 400 nanometers. What's below 490? 380 is below 400. The problem is, as you go shorter wavelengths, you get increasingly large amounts of energy. And if you go below 400, the energy is so high that you eject electrons. It's called ionization. And that's what X-rays do. X-rays are less than 400 nanometers. The result, therefore, as I say, you can't go below 400. So what Erchonia has done is their most popular piece right now is a red-violet combo. The violet is 405 nanometers. So we have this device. In fact, we have 2 of them. And so we come down with COVID. Michelle's present chiropractor. I hear it right there right now, seeing patients. Because he came over here and shut my door because she's kind of a noisy practitioner. I'm in the back office of my office here on a Saturday morning. Michelle picked up COVID from a patient of hers who is a nurse. She got it in a hospital. And then Michelle quickly gives a test. So we quarantined, we did everything right, but we're sick. What do you do? Well, this article says, if you get it, you should put on your face, on your chest, And then we added on your gut, because so much of immune is your gut, a combination of a red violet laser. This article actually says that. It says if you do it, the violet knocks down the titers, which is desirable, because the fewer pathogens you have, the easier it is for your immune system to deal with it. And the red knocks down the adverseness of the cytokine storm, since the resolution of cytokine storm is inflammation, the resolution of inflammation is fibrosis. You proportionally reduce lung fibrosis and thereby reduce the risk of needing a ventilator in order to survive or to not have a very serious complication. I guess they now call them long haulers. And so the result is this article coming out of San Diego State University, which is not my alma mater. I went to UC San Diego, and Marquette University School of Dentistry is saying a red-violet combo is the 1-2 punch. So we know that, so we do it. We've got the equipment, we do it. We know about the vitamin C, the vitamin D, the zinc, and the melatonin. We also are going to see another study on omega-3s that also got published. Like that one came out of Harvard on the omega-3s because it also combats the cytokine storm. So we've got all of this down. We know exactly what to do. We do it to ourselves. The result is essentially nuisance infections that we recovered well from. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's pretty cool. And we know that we had 2 tests. Yeah, we had COVID-19. Evidence shows on the bullet point here, number 2. Evidence shows that blue light inactivates several viruses, including the common flu coronavirus, and that red and near infrared light reduces respiratory disorders similar to those complications associated with the coronaviral infection. Red light has been shown to alleviate chronic obstructive lung disease. Shows that the violet blue 400 to 470 nanometer light has the potential to reduce infections, sanitize equipment, hospital facilities, emergency care vehicles, homes, and the general environment. So there are multiple applications for these devices. It says phototherapy is seemingly forgotten treatment for bacterial and viral infection, has immense potential to reduce the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and similar coronavirus infections. It has immense potential to reduce the impact. They do not prevent infection. That's whatever else you're doing, like social distancing and wearing a mask. I mean, and I don't know if any of that's real or not real. I just know that that's what we're told is real. But whatever, the point is, if you get infected, what can you do to reduce the impact? These guys are flat out saying it's a combination of a violet and a red laser. And they talk about some of the history of it all. See if I'm going to do any of this with you. Reads really well. Says today photobiomodulation. Says development. See, always an eye to the clock. Running it down. See if I'm going to do any of this. It says red and near infrared lights at 600 to 700 or using 635, the potential to reduce lung inflammation and fibrosis. Notice I'm inside quotations again. So I'm reducing lung inflammation and fibrosis. The violet reduces the titer. The red reduces the inflammation and the subsequent fibrosis. Says inflammation, lung fibrosis could be ameliorated with photobiomodulation, as we did. Again, it's not a randomized clinical trial. It's not the holy grail. It is case anecdote. Me treating me and Michelle treating herself, and the people that have asked us, and we just say, try these things. These are case anecdotes, but they're based upon biological plausibility. They're not randomized clinical trials. We don't have a control group, etc. Therefore, it's the kind of stuff that will definitely get you canceled or censored. Says results down at the bottom here. So I wouldn't be talking up any of this other than just in your small circle of friends. But if you take out an ad on a newspaper somewhere, you're probably going to get sanctioned by the board or government. Early results suggest that red and near infrared light at the very bottom have the potential to reduce some of the critical complications of coronavirus infection, of pulmonary inflammation, and lung fibrosis. Again, that's a key point there. It says the relation of COVID-19, some relatively easy targets, so we're going to put the laser beam, is the nasal and oral cavities and the upper respiratory tract, particularly as the nasal passage is an acclaimed point of entry to the virus into the human body. I mean, you get on the airplane, like where I was last week, where do you put the mask? Over your nose, over your mouth, because that's that's kind of an entry point, and it's an exit point as well if you're going to be spewing it around in your local area. The result is we have lasers on Erchonia lasers on motors, and so we plug in the infection frequencies. I know exactly where to put it. We do the face, the mouth and nose. We do the chest, and then they did not say to do the gut. We do the gut because we have so many studies. I read that article by Kevin Tracy, that neuroimmunologist out of New York. He says the gut is the key to immunology. If you read his article on immunology, came out of Nature's Reviews of Immunology in June of 2009. So we then go even further. We go down into the gut. Number 17, antimicrobial blue light may serve another useful purpose in reducing the COVID-19 pandemic. It could be effective to sanitize equipment, tools, hospital facilities, emergency care vehicles, homes, and the general environment. It says the treatment, and then go to number 19. This is important stuff. Number 19, treatment with pulse blue light disrupts the structural architecture of MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staph aureus, cell membranes, and its internal organelles. One of the things that they note is that this article in several spots talks about the value of blinking, pulsing the light as compared to what they call continuous wave. So just a continuous wave is not as good as blinking it. Blinking it makes a difference. In fact, this article say blinking it increases its effectiveness 40 to 100 by a factor 40 to 100. The beauty of the Erchonia device is it is produced specifically so that you can pulse it, and as close as they can, they're pulsing it with in mind some of the old research from Royal Rife down at USC. So they figure out what to pulse it with. I have, and I'll share with you exactly what we pulsed it with when we did our coronal protocol for when we were ill. Jump down, it says number 20 says it would be highly beneficial to patients with coronavirus disease if their loads of opportunistic bacterial infection could be reduced with blue light. Such treatment, when fully developed, would give their immune system a better chance of overcoming the deadly disease. It says light in the red and near infrared light spectra could reduce lung inflammation, lung fibrosis, pneumonia, acute respiratory disorders, and other severe complications of coronavirus infections. And the top here, number 24, is a big deal. There is strong reason to suggest that blue light, particularly pulsed blue light, which recent reports have shown to be 40 to 100 times more potent than continuous wave blue light, has great potential to inactivate coronaviruses. It says recent developments buttress the suggestion that blue light, in particular pulse blue light, with recent reports have shown to be 40 to 100 times more potential than the commonly available continuous wave blue light, has great potential to inactivate COVID-19 and other coronaviruses, in addition to suppressing related opportunistic bacterial infections. And number 27, it would be a wise investment to urgently investigate these initial results clinically and not wait for another deadly coronavirus pandemic to remind us of the inherent potential of light as a therapeutic tool. So just kind of, and if you read down this, I give my plugs for Erchonia. This is an Erchonia webinar. Pretty, in just a second here, you will have a word from our sponsor. Her name is Wendy, lovely lady, and she's the one that introduced me. And so the next thing I'm going to go into is pain, because pain is a huge thing in chiropractic clinical practice. But before I do my pain presentation, we will have a short presentation from Wendy. So Wendy, I'm hoping that you're listening and you are good.
I am. Thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate it. Okay. I'm going to take over as the presenter. Hang on one second. There you go. You should be able to see my screen now. Okay, thank you again, though. Again, my name is Wendy McLaughlin. I am the Northeast Sales Manager for Erchonia, and I appreciate you guys being here on a Saturday. Now, I'm going to go. Erchonia Corporation is based on quality, not compromise. I know a lot of you on this webinar are already Erchonia laser owners, so I certainly don't want to go over too much, but I think this is good to share. One of the reasons why I love the lasers myself and I work for Erchonia is the fact that it is so scientifically based. And 85% of their lasers and everything that they do is self-reliant. What you're looking at right now is the facility, the corporate facility, where everything is put together right here in the United States of America in Melbourne. They're FDA, ISO, OSHA, and MDSAP compliant, and we get 91% customer satisfaction rating, which is amazing. It's a family owned and operated business. They were founded in 1996 in Littleton, Colorado. And speaking of Littleton, Colorado, if you look on the left, that's where it all began from back in 1996. And here we are today. And that's the corporate facilities in Melbourne. And right now we have Erchonia products in all of these 48 countries currently. So a pretty big presence. Erchonia is, like I mentioned before, is very research-based. All FDA clearance are approved through level 1 clinical studies, which are considered the gold standards. They're double-blind, they're placebo-controlled, and randomized and multi-site. And not only do we have 18 out of the 21 FDA clearances, but we also have so many things going down the pipeline right now that we're working on. And some of the clinical studies that we should have FDA clearances on soon are autism, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's. So a lot going on. We'll keep your eyes out for that. And then what you're looking at right now are the FDA clearances. And I have this if anybody wants it too. Erchonia holds 18 out of the 21. In the field of low light laser therapy, that's unheard of. If you look at any of the competition, we are definitely the most validated ones out there. And what does this mean to you? It basically means that you're getting the most validated laser that is available. Class 2 lasers, less is more in terms of photochemistry. Class 4 lasers, thermal lasers, more dangerous. I know Dan had just mentioned this, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but it's counterintuitive to many people who don't understand that science behind it. So what I'm going to talk about right now is our lasers, the XLR8, the handheld. We have 2 handheld units right now. XLR8 used to be our most popular one, and currently the EVRL is because of the Violet edition. But this laser is still an excellent laser if you're looking for anti-inflammatory and just reduction of pain. It's the perfect starter one. It goes for $7,900 and estimated monthly payments are $155 if you're financing it. Now the EVRL, this has always been, even pre-COVID, EVRL is my favorite handheld laser. Not only does it have the 405, which is the sympathetic, it also has the 635 for the parasympathetic, and it's got the acne protocol in it and 40 programmable protocol slots in it. It's easy to use. If you can use a cell phone, you can use the lasers. And this is $14,900. Estimated monthly payments are $291. This is before our sale. I'll go over the sale prices in a little bit too. So the base station is very popular if you have a practice with more than one doctor, and if you want to take one of your lasers home and use it outside of the workplace, or if you rent them. I know due to COVID, some physicians are very successful in renting out their lasers because some patients don't feel comfortable coming in twice a week with additional germs and COVID and stuff like that. So the original base station would come with 2 accelerates and 1 EVRL, but now with the popularity of the violet and the antimicrobial and antibacterial effects, most base stations that we sell now come with 2 EVRLs and 1 accelerate. So this goes for $27,900, and the estimated monthly payments are $546. So the base station build-up program is a wonderful. If you start out with just purchasing one device, let's just say the EVRL, and you pay $13,900 for it, and you in 6 months you are loving it and you want to build up to the base station, well, what we do is we take whatever you paid for it. So if you paid $13,900, we would reduce the cost of the base station of $27,900 by that $13,900 plus an additional $1,500 off towards the base station. So it's a great program. So even if you want to start out with one laser, it's no risk at all because you can always move up to the base station at any time. And the rental program, I know I mentioned it earlier, but I want to talk to it a little bit more in depth. So Dr. John Harmon is renting out 7 of his EVRLs for $600 a month, basically. And so it's a great way to give people an option of treatment that are comfortable treating themselves. So if you have multiple devices, this is an amazing way. Not only are you helping people, but ROI, it's revenue that's coming into your facility and practice, and you don't really have to put much effort into it. So the equipment rental agreement is available. I have that. If you want it, just let me know and I can email it to you too. But he was getting additional revenue of an average of $15,000 a year. So it can be quite sweet. And now the FX635 technology, this is for a practice that's looking to incorporate lasers that are basically fully robotic, and you press the button and you're able to walk out of the room or walk away, or you can press the button and manipulate and do other things and stacked treatments, which is wonderful. And it's also a game changer. So the FX635, if there's a patient that needs more than just the handheld and more than just that in terms of treatment, FX635 is the way to go. I know a lot of doctors who said once they implemented it in their practice, they got a stream of additional benefits through referrals because their patients were seeing outcomes faster. So it's something to think about if you're ready to do that. And the FX405 is awesome. It's just like the 635, yet it has an additional a violet laser in the center there. So this is the newest laser that Erchonia has, and it's become our most popular larger device. If you like the violet, you will love the 405. And this is $44,900, and the estimated monthly payments are $887. So I know that Dr. Murphy had touched upon the efficacy and if our lasers pulse. Well, yes, and the Accelerate comes with pre-programmed protocols in it, and the EVRL, you set your program. You program it yourself with the protocols. I highly recommend anybody who has one of our lasers to get some of these manuals. Dr. Jerome Ruruka does a great job, and it's just a no-brainer. You got to get one of these. I use it all the time, and I have doctors always asking me, what can you do for this? What can you do for that? And I always send them different protocols. So it's worth it. It's worth its weight in gold. So a few quick facts about our lasers is through mitochondria, lasers help to produce the ATP photochemistry. I know Dr. Dan talked about that a lot. Healing requires ATP. If you accelerate the ATP, then you heal faster and reduce pain, basically. So there's a cumulative effect. The treatment time ranges according to the severity and location. You can laser through clothes, but direct contact is recommended. And the contraindications are you don't want to laser somebody who's pregnant, you don't want to laser in your eyes, and all of Erchonia glass lasers do come with protective eyewear with the glasses, and you don't want to laser anybody who has cancer, and after a year, they should be fine. So Erchonia lasers, on our return on investment, what do you charge for your laser and your treatments? So you are all doctors and you all are highly educated, and when a patient comes in for your treatment, you charge for them, as you should. And you should also charge for your laser treatments, because this is an amazing piece of equipment. And so for the FX, on average, the national average for that on top of your time and service is $100. And the handheld national average is $30. So if you're only seeing 5 patients a day that are getting treated with one of the FXs, basically your per day revenue is $500. At the end of the month, that's $8,000. At the end of your first year, that's over $375,000. You can see how there's a cumulative effect on your return on investment. And most practitioners find that they pay off their laser within 6 months. And then they're just adding more or utilizing it, and just, you know, it's pretty great. So if you want this calculator too, I can also send it to you, because you might not see 5 patients a day, or you might work 6 days a week instead of 4 days a week. You can plug and play and insert this to see where you'll be at. And also in terms of ROI and pricing, if you want to finance the equipment, we work with NCMEC and a couple other great lenders that can help out. So what do you get when you purchase our lasers? You get training from your sales rep, and if it's an FX, we have another clinical educator that will do the training and record it and send that to you. He's phenomenal. Both of them are. They're highly educated, and they've been with the company a while and can answer so many of your questions. The marketing toolkit is also amazing, and Sarah Bell will help you with any questions that come up in terms of marketing. And we also are always updating the marketing material on that portal, which is nice. You get a 2-year warranty on all parts and labor, and ongoing support. Now take a picture of this if you don't already know your local representative. Penny Sneed is on the West Coast, and Deb is in the Mid-Atlantic. Malia Johnson is Southeast. Myself is in the Northeast, and Chris Pisani is Midwest, and Janae Hibbard is our regional U.S. Sales manager for the Texas area. So we've got a great team here, and if you have any questions, you can ask me, and I will pass them on to your specific rep too. Now for the specials for our webinar, our XLR8 is $7,900. The EVRL, if one thing that you walk away from this webinar is you need the EVRL. The Violet is huge, especially now in terms of COVID, post-COVID protocols. I know Dan's got some great ones. Actually, I got COVID myself, and I lasered my head and my chest, but not so much the stomach. So that's nice to add on that and learn more about that. Now the base station is typically 27,900 and our special is 25,900. That's excellent. If you want to get more EVRLs, we certainly can do that too. FX 635 is down to 36.9 and the FX 405 is 41.9. So if you have any questions in terms of financing, even if you're just interested in what your monthly payments will be, if you do it 60 months, let us know and we can get that for you too. Now, I want you all to know, you've all signed up for this session for a reason. You love Dr. Dan Murphy. Well, he's got a few more great events coming up. So you'll get this, but on Saturday, August 7th, he's doing part 1 of a series 2, a comprehensive analysis of today's healthcare. And then also Saturday, August 28th again. So hopefully you all will tune into those as well. Thanks again. I am done here. So I'm going to let, actually what I'll do is suggest that we have a 10-minute break right now. And then after that, Dr. Dan Murphy will come on. All right, so it's 1 o'clock right now. We'll be back at 1:10. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Good job. Take your break, everyone. And Wendy, our chore is to figure out how to get my thing back up.
I'll get it. I'm gonna make you the presenter, okay?
Okay.
You're up now. I can see it.
Yeah, thank you. Good. I'm good to go.
Okay.
So, hi everyone, and me continuing. So, this is a really interesting and unique drawing. A lot of what we did together is on this page in kind of like drawing form. This is one of the drawings I just completed with my 12th quarter senior class at Life Care Credit College West. On Monday of this last week, I did 3 separate drawings. This is one of them. Just take a look at this. What I want you to see for right now is, because I'm going to read you something, quick line. Number 4, cytochrome C oxidase, and it's page 294 of the book. Sam Apple, brilliant book. That young guy there says the guy that named cytochrome C oxidase was from Cambridge University in UK, named David Keilin, Keilin. And reading, he says, Warburg never forgave Keilin for changing the name of his respiratory ferment to cytochrome C oxidase. And then he gives a reference. So then I run down the reference. The reference is from 1925. So Warburg is doing all this starting in 1913. 1925, the guy's, Warburg's an egomaniac, doesn't like anyone second guess him or taking any of his thunder. At least that's the way he's portrayed in the book. That's when they changed the name to cytochrome C oxidase. How would any of them know decades later, a century later, that biologically they should have figured out this guy is linked to cancer? Because if you block him, you ferment, you get increased risk of cancer. But they also know this guy is the tip of the spear for Alzheimer's disease. That when you don't have enough energy, you can't run the glutamate pump and you lose neurons at an accelerated rate. So you're thinking, whoa, and then incredibly, 1967, they start with this laser stuff and they realize that's the target for low-level laser therapy. So all of a sudden, all of these different disciplines, as diverse as they appear, seem to have a common thread. And it's the mitochondrial electron transport chain. So what I do for my seniors, but this is really good drawing. And if you would like a copy of this, it's easy to get. It's an email to Michelle. The back of the notes has her email address. You just say, email her, and we will call it fermentation right there, fermentation. She'll know what it is. She has this exact copy on her machine, and she hits reply, drags it over, sends it to you, and then you delete it. We don't know you. We won't market you. We'll just to try to help you. But just the things we learned, glucose can be converted into pyruvate in the cytoplasm in a process that generates 2 adenosine triphosphates in a process called fermentation. Fermentation can occur without oxygen. So if you deprive yourself of oxygen, like let's say you're a smoker and you replace the oxygen with carbon monoxide, you automatically push yourself into fermentation, which you can tell when you do it because lactic acid spikes. When that occurs, Warburg says that's bad because that's the favorite way that cancer cells use to fuel themselves. If though you have oxygen, you make an intermediary. It's called acetyl-CoA. The acetyl-CoA is dropped into the Krebs cycle. Hans Krebs, student and friend of Otto Warburg. If you guys remember, the Krebs cycle is 9 steps that go clockwise, and that the rate limiting step is the step between step 7, fumarate, to step 8, which is called malate. The Krebs cycle is also fairly inefficient at making ATP. It makes the same as fermentation. It only makes 2, but it requires oxygen. So that you do this in the rate limiting step. This is why all the way back in 1995, the Journal of Rheumatology publishes a study by a guy named Russell that says one of the ways that you help the Krebs cycle, and by extension, therefore, you help respiration through the electron transport chain, which robs you of fermentation, which is what you want to do, is to take malic acid. Malic acid, since what is weird is since 1995, all of these studies come up saying that everyone needs magnesium. Well, they say all the way back in 1995, double dip the energy production machinery by taking magnesium malate. Because when you take magnesium malate, you're helping the rate limiting step of the Krebs cycle while giving yourself the magnesium you need to get the adenosine triphosphate energy anyway. Double do. Then from the Krebs cycle, you get molecules substrate that is dropped into the electron transport chain. This is where the electrons move, and that's by far the big dog in respiratory production of ATP. You're making 34 per glucose, but you could feed it from the bottom side, feed it ketones is even more efficient. Of the 5 electron transport proteins, the rate limiting one is number 4. It is called cytochrome C oxidase, so named in the year 1925, so a century ago. Again, they now know this is the center of Alzheimer's, tip of the spear of Alzheimer's, and it's also the target of low-level laser therapy. What the COVID melatonin articles that we just went over by Reader say is that melatonin is made from tryptophan. As I showed you that one picture, tryptophan doesn't just go right to melatonin, it has intermediaries, specifically 5-hydroxytryptophan, which I've abbreviated on this page with my students, 5-HTP, and then 5-HTP to serotonin. The conversion requires folate, B6, and B12. And that once you drive this, then the last step, conversion of serotonin into melatonin in the pineal gland, occurs in darkness. Any light drops the efficiency of the conversion, which is undesirable because melatonin is not only required for sleep, and that's for the lymphatic wash of your brain, but as we just saw, because of the COVID connection, is key to immunology. Again, read the book, Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker. The article that we looked at, its main point was that the conversion of serotonin into melatonin requires darkness and acetyl-CoA. Acetyl-CoA is part of the respiratory pathways, so that anything that damages respiration further damages the conversion of serotonin to melatonin, which impairs both sleep and immunity, particularly immunity of cancer, particularly immunity of breast cancer. There's a little side note to all of this, and the side note hit more than a side note back in 2004. What it was, a smart Harvard researcher, a guy named Anthony Rossner. Some of you know Rossner. I've had him speak on more than one occasion at my 12th quarter senior class at Life Chiropractic College West. I bring him out. And he's a really brilliant researcher. What he's telling people is that, and he's just the front end of this, so many studies after him in 2004, which is what, 17 years ago, is that the same B12, folate, and B6, pyridoxyphosphate, methylcobalamin, and folate, not only are they required to make the serotonin and melatonin, but they're also required to reduce levels of homocysteine. Everything that we do to our cells and to our patients mechanically puts stress on vascular system collagen. And so that if there is a weakness in vascular system collagen integrity, mechanical stresses have an increased risk of causing injury. You drop that increased risk by making sure people have adequate levels of folate, B6, and B12. Homocysteine gives babies neural tube defects. Read Bredesen, homocysteine is a top driver of Alzheimer's dementia. Read Kilmer-McCauley, homocysteine is a driver of heart attacks and strokes. All of this is relevant in that, depending on where my audience today, where and when you went to school, they no longer even teach George's test and Decline's test because they realize there's too many false positives, too many false negatives for it to have any clinical relevance. What they now are putting their eggs in a basket is the only thing that is relevant for a vascular risk from a mechanical intervention, whether we check in traffic or getting adjusted, is one's levels of homocysteine. The argument that everyone should be having their homocysteine checked, and if it exceeds 10, maybe even 9, but at least 10 because it's a rounder number, should be supplementing with folate, B6, B12, and it very quickly will reduce vascular frailness. So just kind of a lot of things on a single page there that we kind of talk about. And now I get to move into pain, which is a big deal in chiropractic. But to do that, you have to see my messy desktop again, so bear with me. Okay, so there's my messy desktop, and I am here, and then I do this, and I do this, see if it comes up. Yay! Okay, so this is just our next page in the notes. These are the notes that you do have access to. I just want to make sure all of these are well referenced, but just running them down. Half of the adults in our country have chronic daily pain. The number one spot for chronic daily pain is the low back. 60%, actually the numbers, when we look at the Adams study, 63% of the people that go to a chiropractor initially do so 63% because of chronic low back pain. Opioids is just a scam. Opioids kill 64,000 Americans yearly. If you saw the news last week, you realize that they're blaming it on the shutdowns and the isolation from COVID, that number spiked to just north of 93,000 in the year 2020. The government data just came out. They're realizing that, social isolation might be, or maybe not, I don't know, a viable strategy to reduce chances of COVID infection. But to say that there are other unintended consequences is nonsensical. That a 30% uptick in opioid deaths is one of the problems. And then just kind of running this down, talking about fibrosis, I'm going to do this a little bit different. What I want you to see, and it's maybe the best thing that I get to talk about, is that when Vert Mooney from my alma mater, University of California, San Diego, became the president of the International Society of the Study of the Lumbar Spine, he wrote an article in the top-ranked orthopedic journal Spine that essentially said this, and so we'll look at it, but just to give you a precursor, he says, back pain, he's writing about back pain is a chemical event. Go, okay. So of course, allopathic providers try to treat the chemistry of pain. But then he does something that is remarkable. He says, the chemistry that causes pain is intimately linked to mechanics. He says, when you change mechanics, you change the chemistry of pain. Consequently, all of these efforts to go right at the chemistry of pain, like non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, is dumb. He says you disperse those chemistries with applied mechanics. He says applied mechanics is the way to go. Now, here's the top expert in the world, the president of the International Society of Study of the Lumbar Spine, for the number one thing that people go to chiropractors for, 63% of the people initially go to chiropractors for chronic back pain, saying that mechanics is the key. The chemistry falls into pretty much two categories: eicosanoids on the left and cytokines on the right. What is weird is the cytokines are the same cytokines of the cytokine storm of interleukin, the same cytokine storm of COVID-19. So there's this chemistry can be changed, and we kind of get involved in all of this. And we talk about systemic inflammation, leaky gut, and stuff like that. I get to kind of run that past you as we go forward here. This is the book by Judy Foreman, the one that reiterates that half of the adults in our country are suffering from chronic daily pain. It's interesting how they flat out say pharmacology has been a disaster. I mean, 64, let's just go to 2019, 64,000 dead Americans from opioids, a product that is initially given to people with pain. Number one spot is back pain. And you start thinking, how long would it take chiropractors to kill 64,000 patients? Well, if we rounded our deaths to one per year, that's be rounding up, by the way, it would take us 64,000 years to do that. You start thinking, holy moly, that pharmacology is a disaster, because right now, if you are reading the literature and paying attention to it, they are adamant. More people are harmed than are benefited from pharmacology. The result is, boy, when you see like Medicare for all, so it's just more access to pharmacology. It's a horrible way to go. What people need is more access to the things that we would do that are not pharmacologically based. This is the one that says the number one spot for back pain is in fact the low back. Number two, by the way, was not neck or head. Number two is knee pain. I don't know if you guys have been looking at those studies. I do this article review thing. I've done it now for 22 years. In an article review service, I find studies that I think are so stunning. For example, 5 times now I've seen studies where what they do is take people that have bad knees, number two cause, bad knees. They are told by their doctor that they need arthroscopic knee surgery. They're just old bad knees. They take the group, they randomly divide them in half. Half of them, they do a real arthroscopic knee surgery. The other half, they just punch holes through the skin into the knee, come out, and do nothing at all. That's the placebo group. They don't tell the patient they did it, just to do with the placebo stuff. In every measure, the people in their own heart believes that they've actually had an actual surgery, when in fact they have not. They follow them for as much as 2 years, and they're following for not just pain, but for function, like the ability to ascend a flight of stairs, to descend a flight of stairs, to their amazement that arthroscopic knee surgery has never been able to beat the placebo group. Are you aware of that, chiropractors? Never been able to beat the placebo. The authors just immediately start to go, what are we doing here as a society? That we pay for this, the number one performed surgery in our country per year, 700,000 arthroscopic knee surgeries, and it's never been able to beat a placebo. And yet Medicare will pay for that. Obamacare will pay for that. Medicaid, we call it Medi-Cal here in California, will pay for that. And yet it seems to be largely bogus. So what's wrong with your knee? You should read the articles. They say it's a weight problem, it's a load problem, it's a proprioception problem, it's an alignment problem, it is a muscle strength problem. In other words, stuff that we could easily deal with as providers. This here is the Adams study, the one that says that 63% of the people down at the bottom, 63% of the people go to a chiropractor do so because of back pain. This is the largest review of the chiropractic profession in the real literature, coming out in December of 2017. It also reiterates that 30% of the people go to chiropractor initially do so because of neck pain. What is most outstanding about the study, so even though people go to neck pain, back pain, that the improvements in their systemic wellness is just over the top enlightening, pretty important. This is the article that they originally said coming out of Harvard, a brief history of the opioid epidemic coming out of Harvard, says opioids claimed over 64,000 lives just last year. Again, it went up over 90,000 in 2020, data from our government just last week. This one here gives us a lot of hints. The biochemical origin of pain. The origin of all pain is inflammation and the inflammatory response. Every pain syndrome has an inflammatory profile consisting of the inflammatory mediators that are present in the pain syndrome. A successful outcome is one that results in less inflammation and thus less pain. The origin of all pain is inflammation and the inflammatory response, irrespective of the type of pain, whether it's acute or chronic, peripheral or central, nociceptive or neuropathic. The underlying origin is inflammation and the inflammatory response, irrespective of the character of the pain, whether sharp, dull, aching, burning, stabbing, numbing, tingling. All pain arises from inflammation and the inflammatory response. So what do we do? Well, chiropractors we provide mechanical care. But as Bert Mooney says, mechanical care changes the chemical profile of inflammation and therefore helps pain. Possibly the best explanation for what chiropractic works is that the inflammation that gives you acute pain creates fibrosis. Fibrosis reduces movement parameters, which opens up Melzack and Wall's 1965 gate theory of pain. Melzack and Wall are in this particular article. Not only did this article come with great outcomes, 283 people that were disabled, chronic pain, disabled, and everyone that treated them had failed to help them. They gave them to a chiropractor, put them on side posture, and did only one intervention. They didn't use lasers or omega-3s or exercise or ergonomics. They just adjusted them, and you should read the study, fixed 81% of the patients with adjustments alone. That's a good study, but even better is the explanations about inflammation, the fibrosis repair, the opening of the pain gate, how adjustments will break up the glues, remodel the fibrotic tissue, resulting in improved movement parameters, and the improved movement parameters creates a neurological sequence of events that inhibits the suprasegmental descending pain inhibitory control apparatus, which includes, as we sort of talked about, serotonin. I mean, it's a really great article. How many orthopedic surgeons, how many medical doctors, when they die, do they put their obituary into PubMed? They did as much for William H. Kirkcaldy-Willis. He was in his 90s when he died, but this is one of the most awesome studies in the history of chiropractic. You would not know by reading the abstract that the manipulation talked about here is chiropractic specific line of drive adjusting, but when you get into the article itself, it becomes very evident that that's exactly what they're doing. In fact, they definitely kind of do downplay the value of physical therapy manipulation and advocate chiropractic since that's a major component of our education. The whole thought that you can remodel fibrotic glue with applied forces is a central theme of this book, and he's got 4 books of Sir James Syriac out of UK, a textbook of orthopedic medicine, volume 1, really awesome. More of that is found in the 2012 book on myofascial problems by Schlepp. For decades, 4 to be exact. I've showed in my court cases a drawing of fibrosis and how we remodel it. That drawing is in this book. So they have the exact, not similar, the exact drawing that I've used for 40 years in this book that has a 2012 copyright on the darn thing. This is one of the greatest books that any chiropractor could ever read. If you are a chiropractor who's hardcore, you should read Move Your DNA by Katie Bowman. It's a 2017 copyright. It's Chiropractic 101 on steroids. What is interesting about this book is she is definitely dovetailing with the understanding that when it doesn't move right, that you are influencing a whole body communication network that controls the expression of your genes, your DNA, a network that exists outside of the nervous system. So that undoubtedly, chiropractors talk so much about the nervous system. She is reviewing how there's another system that is mechanically based outside of the nervous system. Some of you are familiar with that, with tensegrity and the tensegritis matrix, talked about by a lot of people. I think my favorite is her, and of course, James Oschman's book, Energy Medicine from 2000. This one here is we looked at aspartate and glutamate a little bit earlier today when I showed you the abstract by Stuart Lipton out of Harvard. This study here coming out of the Annals of Pharmacotherapy, they take chronic pain individuals, got everyone in the study, small group, so it's not statistically robustly powered, but everyone in the group got completely pain-free by removing from their diet things that are against innate intelligence. All sources of free glutamic acid and all sources of aspartame. And because they function as excitatory neurotransmitters, when they excite taste, that's why they put it in food, but it also excites your brain to death. It also excites nociception. So these guys give individuals chronic pain sensitization so that if you can reduce people's consumption of these things, often chronic pain gets drastically better. This is a 4-month clinical trial. Our typical patient, if we can get them off of these things, no matter how long they've been hurting them and how many drugs are on, how many chiropractors I've seen and have not done well with, they usually within a month, they are so much better, if not completely better. And I'm thinking, okay, this is some pretty interesting stuff. This is a picture of a mitochondria. I wanted to at least formally show one decent picture with you. This is the electron transport chain, is mentioned right here at the bottom, electron transport chain. The rate limiting of the electron transport chains is number 4. If 4 is blocked, 3 takes over. If 4 is blocked, ATP production drops drastically. If you can unblock 4, the electrons move, and the result is an immediate up production of ATP and an immediate down production of free radicals. The problem is when number 4 is blocked, number 3 takes over. Number 3 is called cytochrome C reductase. You don't need to know that. But what you do need to kind of get your head around is that when number 3 becomes the predominant, it doesn't make ATP, It rather makes this guy right there, the O2 negative. That's called the superoxide radical. It is a very dangerous molecule. It's clearly unstable as designated by the negative sign, means there's unpaired electrons in the outer shell. In order to become stable, its favorite target is the mitochondrial DNA. So it damages the nucleotide-based sequences of the mitochondrial DNA, hence creating mitochondrial DNA mutations, which is very problematic because it is the mitochondrial DNA that codes for these 5 proteins to begin with. The result is if you cannot repair and replicate these 5 proteins, you become even less efficient at making ATP, more efficient at making free radicals, and you end up in what is called a death spiral. The result is they got it down. Unblocking this with a laser is the way to go. It doesn't have any side effects at all, and there's instantaneous benefit. The result is the birth of the laser industry within healthcare. And so Erchonia, and maybe Wendy can tell you because I always forget the numbers, but I think there's like 21 FDA market clearances for varieties of lasers. Erchonia has 18 of the 21.
That is correct. That is correct.
Numbers right? Thanks. They as of July of 2018, they're the first and only company to get FDA approval for laser therapy as a monotherapeutic intervention for chronic low back pain. They actually have it for pain anywhere in the body, but for chronic low back pain, and as far as I can tell, is that when you use the red laser, you're knocking down the eicosanoids, which is good. When you use the violet laser, you're knocking down the cytokines, which is good. That a bunch of Erchonia's original FDA market clearances were done just on the red. They have recently redone their clinical trials with the red-violet combo and found that the red-violet completely outdoes the red alone, which means hence it is the popularity of the red-violet combination. We have 2. The one that they can't even keep it on the shelf because it's just flying off the shelf. It's called the FX405. So you have 4 diodes. One of the diodes is violet, and the diodes twirl so that you never exceed the hormetic threshold, which is a desirable thing. We'll see why that's desirable coming up. There's that you can flood the system with photons. That's the approach that we use for our COVID patients and for ourselves when we had COVID. This is the abstract I used in the court case. The court case went really, really well. A guy who's just a victim of a PI gets some stuff, and it goes all the way to trial. He ends up not netting. The jury gave him $180,000. Of course, then he's got to give his third or fourth whatever to the attorney, whatever the contract is. But in that particular presentation, I was able to introduce laser, including I introduced this abstract. Just take a look at it. From the journal's PubMed index, which means it's the real literature, which means I can get it into the courtroom more often than not. Judges acknowledge that PubMed is a search engine for the US National Library of Medicine, which means the court is government, the US National Library of Medicine is government, and so for the courts to use the government database, plus the judge can search this in real time. He's got a laptop up there on the bench, and he can see, yeah, this is for real, and allow it in as evidence. From the journal Alternative Therapy in Health Medicine 2017, review of the literature on low-level laser therapy benefits for non-pharmacological pain control and chronic pain osteoarthritis. Part of what we showed them is that the wavelengths that do it are between 600 and 1,000 nanometers. We're between there. We're at 635 for pain reduction and healing stimulation. So you reduce pain because you have more energy to run the sodium pump, and healing stimulation can have more energy to make the collagen repair proteins. Again, like everything, going all the way back to the book on Otto Warburg, lasers work at the level of cytochrome C oxidase. The result is, if you can target this, man, the ability to influence human physiology is almost unprecedented and untapped. That's why you'll see different laser people from different universities using these things for everything. And my gosh, we just saw today a study from last year that they're using these guys for COVID-19. But you listen, I'm reading a veterinarian journal and I see them treating dogs with an Erchonia laser, with a red violet laser, dogs that have cancer, and they're told to put the dog down, but they don't. They treat the cancer with the laser to unblock uh, respiration so that respiration is enhanced, which means by definition, fermentation will reduce, which is desirable because that's what feeds the cancer cells. It doesn't mean that you cure cancer, it just means you change the physiology of the feeding of the cancer cells. There are so many different applications once you see, because cytochrome C oxidase is potentially the most critical of all enzymes in the human experience, because it's the rate limiting enzyme for the production of human energy through respiration, which is kind of the point of all. And so pretty good. This is one of the old standbys, and it's one of those things that and always my mixed feelings on this is that lasers are not linear. That's marketing. Lasers, like everything, there's no exception. Everything that is good for you becomes bad for you if you overdo it. Whether you're talking about vitamin E, whether you're talking about exercise, whether you talk about water, whether you talk about lasers, everything that is good for you will become bad for you if you overdo it. The only thing that is linear are non-hormetic toxins. Like what? Like smoking. What part of smoking is okay for you? No part. So smoking 1 cigarette a day is bad for you. Worse for you is smoking 10 cigarettes a day. Worse for you is smoking 40 cigarettes a day. Bad things are linear. How much lead is okay in your water, Flint, Michigan? 0. Well, a little teeny amount is not good for you. But a lot, like they had in Flint, Michigan, is a lot worse. Everything that is non-hormetic toxin is linear. Everything that is good for you will become bad for you. Let's just go back to 1968, the height of the Vietnam War. A cardiologist out of Dallas, a guy named Ken Cooper, invents a new word. It's called aerobics. And he gets America exercising, about all the values of exercise. Very few people understand, though, that 26 years later, Ken Cooper and his team published a second book. And if you read the second book, it essentially says, oops, we screwed up, realizing that his best exercisers are usually his earliest dyers of heart attack, stroke, and cancer. And he realized exercise is hormetic. It's bell-shaped. No exercise, you die young. Too much exercise, you die young. But if you get a certain amount of exercise at the peak of the bell, you thrive. And so he uses, what is a metaphor for too much? Marathons, triathlons, anything, the Tavis Cup up here. I mean, just anything that's, so he gives you what you should probably be doing and how it changes different age groups, but just kind of understanding everything that is good for you, exercise, can become bad for you if you overdo it. This is a principle that was first established in the late 1800s in Germany by a physician and a pharmacist. I forget who's who. They're called, one guy's name was Arndt, the other guy's name was Schultz. They call it the Arndt-Schultz law. They say there are no exceptions to it. Is that when you see that, okay, this is better because it's more, yeah, but more goes down the backside of a bell-shaped curve if you talk about hormesis is the technical word. The title of the article here is a biphasic dose response in low-level light therapy. What does that mean? It's a bell-shaped curve. It follows the Arndt-Schultz law, or the modern word, it's in this article, the modern word for it is hormesis. Hormesis means, right here, a biphasic dose response has been frequently observed where low levels of light have a much better effect on stimulating and repairing tissues than higher levels of light, the Arndt-Schultz law. Up here it says the use of low levels of visible or near infrared light for reducing pain, inflammation, and edema, promoting healing of wounds, deeper tissues and nerves, and preventing cell death and tissue damage has been known for over 40 years since the inventions of lasers. Again, lasers really came out in 1967. There were lasers before that, and some of your parents or grandparents had an understanding of lasers by watching Goldfinger James Bond with Sean Connery, who just recently died, where they, with the crudeness of this, they strapped him to a table with his legs spread apart, and they were bringing a laser beam up towards his crotch, and the laser beam was cutting through the table. That right away, we have many people have a concept of laser, something that does cutting. Low-level laser therapy, also known as cold laser therapy or soft laser therapy, has no associated heat. It doesn't cut anything. It just changes photochemistry, similarly, as this article said on the next page, similar to the way photosynthesis does in plants, it does that in mammals. And so they kind of talk about, you promote tissue regeneration, reduce inflammation, relieve pain. My favorite line right here says, laser is not an ablative or thermal mechanism. So the laser we use have no heat at all. I mean, they're completely, that's why they call them cold or low or soft. No heat, but rather a photochemical effect comparable to photosynthesis in plants, whereby the light is absorbed and exerts a chemical change. You change the chemistry of ATP production. The original studies, which are referenced in this article, by this guy named Mester, come out in 1967. He's the guy that used a red laser, 694 nanometers, and he used it on the rats, trying to see if it gave him cancer. It didn't cause any cancer, but it caused the hair grew back more quickly. They call this now laser biostimulation. Again, as I already said, hair is a protein. So what they realize is that making proteins, all protein, including the protein called hair, is dependent upon the availability of ATP. So if you can up the ATP, you increase the production of certain proteins by your genome. As they go down here, osteoarthritis, tendinopathies, wounds, back pain, muscle fatigue, peripheral nerve, neck pain, strokes, all of these things have applications. A lot of this in chiropractic. I've seen Michelle, a lot of you know her. I know that you know Michelle. She treats a lot of people that have strokes. She doesn't treat them for acute stroke, but for part of the chronic stroke rehab. The evidence is even acute stroke should be treated with low-level laser therapy. We'll look at that, says in our notes. As it says here, again, mitochondria target. It says current research in the mechanism of laser effects inevitably involve the mitochondria, discovered by Otto Warburg, which is why we started with him today. And the target is number 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, called cytochrome C oxidase, which was also discovered by Otto Warburg, but named by a guy out of Cambridge, as I kind of read at the beginning of this. And then lasers have been used for chronic and acute conditions, wound healing, chronic wounds, deeper structures such as nerve, tendon, cartilage, internal organs, pain, swelling, degenerative disease, autoimmune. Lasers have been used to mitigate damage after stroke, traumatic brain injury, spinal cord injury. So as a real quick introduction there, this book is one of the greatest books I've ever read to help me understand what I am doing when I'm using laser therapy. I quickly bought, it came out in 2017. Bob Berman is not a healthcare provider, he's an astronomer. And I quickly bought another copy of the book and I sent it to the owner of Erchonia Corporation. His name's Steve. And then I saw Steve in Florida some years back. The company's in Florida. And he goes, oh my gosh. He goes, this is the best stuff ever. Now take a look. From infrared to x-rays, the curious history of invisible light. Now get this. Visible light is very, very narrow. It's between 400 and 700 nanometers. If you are shorter than that, the light is still there, you just can't see it. If it is longer than that, the light is still there, you just can't see it. Radio waves for your AM radio, your FM radio, it's a light wave, but it's outside the visible spectrum. The wave is there, you can turn your radio on right now and get the station, but you cannot see it. Similarly, if you're getting x-rays, it's odorless, it's colorless, you don't feel it, but it's doing things. When you get down into this range, you are creating mutations. When you get into the visible section, there's no mutations. The cutoff between seeing it and mutations is 400 nanometers. So there's a collective lecturing, screaming in certain circles. Don't routinely expose your body to things less than 400 nanometers, which includes ultraviolet A is less than 400. Ultraviolet A is what gives you a tan. This is why government has now legislated controls on kids before the age of 18 of getting in tanning booths, because they say, well, you don't have enough knowledge to not do it. You got to wait till you're adult before you start to kill yourselves. What is ironic, though, is we as chiropractors, because part of our education is that we realize the dangers of excessive exposure to ionizing radiation from X-rays, because it's less than 400 nanometers, because it ejects electrons, causes ionization, causes mutation. And then you get the Matthew Damon and Matthew McConaughey, who are glorifying colonization of Mars, along with Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Richard Branson, all of the Richies that are out there. This book here by Bob Berman says the only reason we have life on planet Earth is because our atmosphere absorbs 100% of the gamma rays. It absorbs 100% of the X-rays that are coming out from the sun. It absorbs 100% of the ultraviolet C. It doesn't, though, absorb all the UVB and the UVAs from your sun. You get some of this and you can get skin cancer. You also get vitamin D from the ultraviolet B. But he says, if you go to Mars where there's no atmosphere, you don't absorb these guys. And he says, if you're hanging out on Mars because of the lack of atmosphere, you've got 2 years before you're cooked by the gamma rays, most powerful rays out there. On the flip side, if you go longer wavelengths, you get the radio waves, you get the microwaves, and you get these waveforms that are components of wireless communication. For example, your wireless communications and your 4Gs and your 5Gs are using microwaves. The result is they're finding that there are some consequences to that, including this article here from our government, published in the journal Frontiers of Microbiology in February of 2018, is that certain waveforms are flipping open the voltage-gated calcium ion channel, accelerating the death of neurons. Because remember, glutamate is the gun, calcium is the bullet. Well, historically, the channel is opened by glutamate, but the realization you can open the channel without glutamate with certain exposure to waveforms of the electromagnetic spectrum, the result is you get accelerated death of neurons. I do this article review thing, as I've said already. Just a week ago, I found yet another 2021 study saying that if you think that the waveforms from your 4 and 5Gs are inert because they're saying they're safe, they're lying to you. What they're doing is just lies of omission. They're or even commission. What they're telling you is that these wavelengths are not over to the left side, therefore they don't cause ionization. That's true to a point, but it causes free radicals, and the free radicals do the same damage to the genome as if you are being exposed to ionizing radiation. So they say it's the same outcome. And so you start to get into, some of these other types of problems. Well, we'll look at them as we keep going through here. Again, this is pretty much same article, HHS, sarcasm. What is HHS? Well, that's us, it's we the people. Health and Human Services. So this is the journal Molecular Neurobiology. Now, we like red lasers. Why? Just take a look at the picture, that's why. Red lasers have the ability to target the mitochondria. That's what we want, because it photodislodges the nitric oxide, which is desirable because it's the blocker. As you dislodge it, it causes local vasodilation, which improves delivery of everything you want. The end result is you increase the production of adenosine triphosphate. That is what you want. In contrast, if you use the wireless communications and some lasers, frankly, and some infrared saunas, that if you get longer wavelengths, they also flip open the voltage-gated calcium ion channel. Calcium flexes in, and then calcium creates free radicals and kills the neuron. The result is there is big cautions coming out. This one, well, they say this one here is fine. This one here has some cautionary components to it physiologically. We will look at those cautions. So inflammatory prostaglandins, just kind of running concepts at you. When you look at systemic inflammation, when you sprain your neck or sprain your ankle, the local inflammation from the ankle or the neck are added to one's systemic inflammatory profile. The systemic inflammatory profile they've known for decades without question is primarily linked to the ratio of omega-6s to omega-3s. So the rhetorical, sarcastic question is, what's your number? We check this number on all of our patients. When you read Bredesen, that book I showed you, the Alzheimer's guy out of UCLA, he says, Alzheimer's is stalking all of us. Whether or not it catches you depends upon that ratio. Says if that ratio is greater than 3:1, 6/3, then there's a likelihood that Alzheimer's will catch you unless you die young. If you die young, you still have enough neurons that you haven't, that you're going to be considered normal. But if you live old, you've lost enough neurons that all of a sudden people say you're not normal. And that's the central theme of the book by Tris Dixon. He says, all of the family members start thinking, he's not normal. He goes over how Muhammad Ali could not find his way to his hotel room if he got outside at age 42. Brain was already that bad because he accelerates the problem. Systemic inflammatory profiles are linked to omega-6, omega-3 ratios. Basically, that ratio is centered around molecules that are collectively called eicosanoids. So this is the basic pattern. Of course, in chiropractic, we talk about this primarily because of pain, but arthritis, which is another big part of chiropractic. But the reality of it is the same cascade that's giving you pain and arthritis is giving you artery disease, autoimmune disease, dementia, and cancer. This is what's taking America into bankruptcy. We're dropping $3.5 trillion on these guys while subsidizing the corn and soy that causes these guys to begin with. They say it is absolutely insane. Michael Pollan's Theory of Everything in his second book, In Defense of Food. And I'm thinking, whoa, pretty amazing. Corn and soy are not the only bad guys. They're just the winners of the government lottery, government subsidization lottery. They get $20 billion a year around it to grow this stuff. It ends up in all of our food, which we get high fructose corn syrup. You look at, I just was on an airplane and the dressing was Newman's Own. Now we know Paul Newman, what a great guy. His charitable organization has donated hundreds of millions of dollars to charity, his organization, which is located here in Northern California. I think it's out of Watsonville or maybe Santa Cruz, run now by his daughter Nell since his death, that they pride themselves on healthier stuff. Newman's Own, I think, is an awesomely great company. But when you realize, you grab his balsamic vinaigrette, you take a look at the ingredients. The first ingredient is water. The second ingredient is soy. So soy is pro-inflammatory is the point. It's part of the cascade that you don't want. So there are ways to do it. One way is you balance arachidonic acid, which is what corn and soy gets converted into, which is with its nemesis called eicosapentaenoic acid, which is found in fish oil. So what you do is you look at the ratio of these two with a finger prick blood analysis. We do this in all of our patients. What's your number? The evidence is if your number is greater than 3:1, you're in trouble. If your average citizen is over 25:1, your average life chiropractic college by senior is over 17:1, 17.2:1 last time we did it in class. You realize we are so inflamed. To quote cardiologist William Davis, he says, your average American is a burning cauldron of inflammation. And it's provable with a finger prick blood analysis. It gives you some red blood cells and they look at the red blood cell membrane. They know that that the key is to balance these two by giving people fish oil supplement and get them to quit doing corn and soy and other vegetable oils. You would never do a salad dressing like Newman's Own ever that had soybean oil in it. You would only use salad dressing that had olive oil in it, which is an omega-9, so it's a 6,3 neutral. And we give people purified fish oil. Problem is, in order to cause rebalancing by doing that strategy in the best publications, like the journal Arthritis and Rheumatism, like the journal Pain, say it takes 2 to 4 months to get to where you want to go. So you got to do supplements every day for 2 to 4 months. That's optimum. However, excuse my throat, if you just sprained your ankle, do you want to wait 2 to 4 months? No, you want relief like now. What do? Well, there are two. They know that the inflammatory molecule that gives you the pain is called prostaglandin E2. It's called an icosanoid. And that you convert arachidonic acid into pro-inflammatory icosanoid prostaglandin E2 by the work of a series of enzymes that are collectively called cyclooxygenase. We just slang it out to COX. And that becomes a big component of medicine. We sell so many drugs to inhibit the COX, and whether it be aspirin, Aleve, Motrin, ibuprofen, naproxen, naproxen, Celebrex, Vioxx, Vector, the list just go on and on and on. All these different drugs that are classified as non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, some prescription, some non-prescription, they inhibit the COX enzymes and it gives you less inflammation and people do better right away. Right away, it's like, man, it hurts. Pop some aspirin or an ibuprofen, and half hour later, you feel a lot better. Problem is, there are more side effects from non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs in any other category of pharmacology and regulatory agencies throughout planet Earth than any other category of drug. These drugs are friggin' dangerous. They bleed you to death. They bleed to death 36,500 Americans per year. They give you heart attacks and strokes, end-stage renal disease. They damage your liver. They give you deep vein thrombosis. They give you AFib, hearing loss, and the newest thing that I'm seeing coming out, full court press in the literature, it damages the testes' ability to make testosterone, giving men both low T and ED. There are so many side effects from these drugs, it's unbelievable. The result is they've been searching for alternatives, they found them. Hard to get it out because you don't have all the ads on television every commercial break. It's low-level laser therapy. Lasers can inhibit this. The real thing is to balance. But since that takes 2 to 4 months, what can you do on the spot? You use laser therapy. It knocks out the pain literally instantaneously, as good as these non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs do, with zero side effects, no side effects at all. The result is some of my best studies on this. Yeah, we got a bunch on pain that I drop in there, but the ones that I'm always interested in, I don't know if it's because of my mother, I'm sure, it's the cancer connection. The best understanding of this comes from cancer journals, as we'll kind of take a look at it. In any case, here's one of the laser references. The effect of laser photon therapy on inflammation is covered in many chapters of this book. The anti-inflammatory effect of laser photon therapy has been widely studied. It seems to have similar effects to steroids and non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, but without the severe side effects of these very common pharmaceuticals. This is the cancer one. It's really interesting to me that they put a chemical into the mouths of hamsters. And by the way, I'm not in favor of being mean to a hamster, but they put this chemical causes oral cancer. It's a cancer journal. It first gives you oral mucositis and then it graduates into cancer. What they found is that all the animals got the fluorouracil carcinogen in their mouths. And then they divide them into 2 groups. One group gets no intervention also, they're the controls. The other group, they shoot them with laser therapy. And when they shoot them with laser therapy, they have 2 groups of laser and then a control. So no is control, so no therapy at all. 100 milliwatt and 35 milliwatt. To their amazement, they could significantly lower the cyclooxygenase enzymes with a 35 milliwatt. They couldn't do it at all with 100 milliwatt. They concluded 100 milliwatt is identical to no laser. So that the question, they go, more is not better. That's marketing. It seems like laser is a bell-shaped curve. The peak of the bell was 35 milliwatt. 100 milliwatt was identical to doing nothing at all. And so this is a cancer, looking at cancer stuff, I'm thinking, man, this is a pretty interesting article. Inflammatory cytokines, that's the big driver of the cytokine storm of COVID-19. They've known for some reason, for some time now, that there are like 100 pro-inflammatory cytokines, and often it is claimed that the leader, the general in charge of the cytokines, is a fellow called interleukin-6. There are other guys like interleukin-1 beta, tumor necrosis factor alpha. I mean, all of these guys are relevant players. What they start realizing is that all of these guys are pro-inflammatory, are going to mess you up. The guys you want are interleukin-10. Are you aware that you can elevate interleukin-10 with lasers, with chiropractic adjustment, with exercise, etc.? These are the guys that are problematic. The interleukin-6 is the leader of the pro-inflammatory, the general in charge. And so, yeah, I kind of typed that up a little bit, but just because of time, I'm running it down. What I want you to see here is that what they're realizing is that chronic back pain is not facetal, it is not nerve root, it is not myofascial. Chronic back pain is discogenic. And what they're increasingly able to find is that there are chemicals that we tend to try to disperse with improvement of mechanical integrity, but the other side of that is reducing the production of the pro-inflammatory chemicals with lasers. Like this one here from the Journal of Photochemistry and Photobiology in 2015, look right down here. Low-level laser therapy markedly inhibited secretion of interleukin-6 at 405 nanometers. So the violet is knocking down the general in charge significantly, markedly reducing it. And the result is that's how they get the FDA market clearance for these things as they do their clinical trials. And the FX worked great, but the FX405, the one that has the extra violet diode, is working even better. They are selling so many of them, I rarely even get to see them. They sell them before they're even manufactured. As soon as they're manufactured, they're sent off to whoever purchased it. They're made in America. They're not made out of cheap plastic. They're made out of aluminum. They're just really awesome pieces. All of these articles here say kind of the same thing. The effects of low-level helium, that's red laser irradiation, on the gene expression of the pro-inflammatory cytokines. So I put a bunch of these guys in here, how you can knock down the pro-inflammatory chemicals. We try to disperse them with chiropractic. The laser tries to just knock them down. The combination of the two is kind of the metaphor of the 1-2 punch. I mean, it's just knocking out pain. And so I put a bunch of those studies in, some clinical applications. The first thing I want you to see in are clinical applications. And this a lot of times doesn't get, I think, emphasized enough. Depends on where you went to school and who educated you. This study just flat out, so if you take a look at it, they take 35 women that are suffering from chronic carpal tunnel syndrome, and no one's helping them. They treat them with lasers and knock out the carpal tunnel in 35 out of 35. But here's what's so weird to me. They never put the laser on their wrist. They put it on the spine that has the nerve roots that would innervate the wrist. In clinical applications, one of the things to always remember, you need to lace two spots. The spot, like a sprained ankle, and the nerve roots that go to the spot. So that'd be lumbosacral or maybe cauda equina, depending upon what's going on in the case. As you take a look here, the Bible, the first edition of the Bible for the laser therapist, they're now up to the third editions come out in 2014. All laser treatments should be preceded by stimulating irradiation of the vertebra that innervates the damaged area. If you want the best outcome, you got to do the spine. So it's part of what we do in our clinical practice, part of the reason we're as successful as we are. We also realize that laser effectiveness can be blocked by non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs or steroids. And so the result is, in an effort to get people away from these drugs, how do you do that? Well, the easiest way is with omega-3s. It's in the literature. There are studies that omega-3s will beat the best non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs 80% of the time. 12% of the time, the drugs beat the omega-3s. That was done by the neurosurgeon for the Pittsburgh Steelers. His name is Joseph Maroon. He's a neurosurgeon. When that was published in the journal Surgical Neurology in April of 2006, the American Association of Neurological Surgeons gave it the first place award as the best study published by that association that particular year. All of these things, I just write them up. Just again, I'm a little short on time, so you guys have access to these. They all say the same thing. You got to do the spinous process if you want best outcome. Erchonia, a little bit of plug-in, and then it's kind of Wendy's job, but I just want you to see some of it. It is in July 2018 that Erchonia got the Food and Drug Administration FDA 10 clearance for its FX, and they compared it, just dropped the pain like crazy as monotherapy. And so ever since, the FX has been going crazy. What is weirder, 2 years later, 2020, they add a violet diode. They didn't take away a red. They still have the same 3 red. They added a 4th diode, and it's violet, and it's just obliterating all the future benefits. And the prior benefits were great. Now it's even greater if you include the violet. This one here, Trevor Berry. Some of you know Trevor. He's out of Scottsdale. He's a chiropractic neurology diplomat. Really nice study. Low-level laser therapy for treating low back pain with a 12-month follow-up. It just went really awesome. They got it published in the Journal of Pain Relief. The Journal of Pain and Relief came out in 2019 using the the protocol, and they kind of go through the protocols. And depending on how involved you get, you can see the protocols and learn them. Mylobac protocol, we do polytherapeutic intervention. I do have a bad L5 disc, and I got it from all of the crazy sports things I did in my youth. As Russell Earhart, some of you might be old enough to have known Russell Earhart, the great retaining ligament of the spine is the disc. And that doesn't matter what your alignment is. If your disc is degenerated, you have problems because you get a thing called neoneuralization, first published in the journal Lancet, July 19th of 1997. Incredibly important stuff. So if you've got a bad disc, then you got to take extra special care of it. I got a bad disc. I figured out how to take care of it a lot, and we've used this protocol for literally thousands and thousands of patients. Not only that, as Wendy says, yeah, Murphy's done 1,700 minutes of class. Actually, I've done 1,700 12-hour classes. And what is even more bizarre is that's a little bit of an older resume. It's approaching 2,000 now. The result is I've been at the college for 40 years. I go on the road every single weekend and show them the stuff we're doing. Our clinic is just kicking it. I've had 70 associate doctors. This is our approach. I just wanted you to see it. It's a cookbook. We, of course, vary the cookbook for the uniqueness of an individual. But overall, this is kind of what we center our back care around. One, you've got to deal with the chemistry of pain. You do that by balancing the omega-6, omega-3s because it's anti-inflammatory. We want to see the ratio somewhere between 1 to 4 to 1. Brett is in the Alzheimer's guys. He said, never go above 3 to 1. So I go, okay, why not? There is appreciable, credible evidence that low levels of vitamin D accelerate disc degenerative disease and give you chronic back pain. These studies continue to come out. I just put another one on my article review service this year, 2021. Vitamin D, the optimum zone for musculoskeletal is 50 to 70 nanograms per milliliter. There is good evidence that you can drop down pro-inflammatory cytokines by giving them resveratrol and curcumin. There's also a brain benefit to that. So we give them 100 milligrams of resveratrol, 200 milligrams of curcumin. We take the Nutri-Rest product, it's called Complete Neuro. Then we manage systemic inflammation. And this has been the greatest thing that's ever happened to our clinical practice, and it only happened 4 years ago. I read the book, The Plant Paradox by Stephen Gundry. I've read his 2 books that have come subsequent to that, 2019 and this year, 2021. Stephen Gundry has got some of the most insightful stuff for systemic wellness I've ever seen, including systemic inflammatory profile, by not consuming certain plant proteins that are collectively called lectins. So we avoid lectins, we advocate pro and prebiotics, and we talk to people about how when you take a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, it causes increased leakiness of your gut, raising your systemic inflammatory profile, making it. In fact, Gundry says the number 1 cause of your chronic pain is the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug you took for your acute pain. Just like the abstract we saw a little bit earlier, we show them the abstract by Jerry D. Smith out of the Annals of Pharmacotherapy to get them to reduce consumption of glutamate and aspartame. Half of aspartame is aspartate because they excite things. They excite your neurons to death. They excite taste, which is why food producers put it in food, but they also excite nociception. They give you chronic pain sensation. Where we consider ourselves hardcore chiropractors, we do the vertical axis line, and the references by John Bland, the rheumatologist out of the University of Vermont College of Medicine. We are very familiar with Janet Travell. I've written a paper on Janet Travell, got it published. Janet Travell and her management of former US President John Kennedy, and about how pelvic unleveling is a major driver of counter-rotational stress at the L5 disc, gives you chronic discogenic back pain. We like primarily the Pettibon number 2 adjustment. It's a side posture maneuver that has no rotation. It's a traditional cavitation. It gaps the posterior facet, the intervertebral foramen, the posterior disc, and it's done without any rotation. It's the most awesome adjustment ever. We do the pulley exercises by David Drum. It's like taking a Cox flexion distraction table home with you, they cost $21 versus like $8,000. And then the guy that introduced low-level laser therapy to the physical therapy profession in the United States, a guy named Joe Kleincourt. He's an old guy, retired. I've taken 4 classes from Joe Kleincourt. Joe, had him take a look at my back stuff. He says, Dan, if you've got of adult body, chronic pain, says the pulses that are best for you are 9, 16, 5,000, 10,000. So those are the ones that I dial in. I'm chronic, I do it from my front. If you have an acute back because you pulled a muscle, then you should do it from the back. But if you have chronic discogenic stuff, you should do it from the front. And then I'm familiar and trained in biophysics. I look at the studies on the Denarolls and the restoration, the value of the restoration of cervical and lumbar lordosis and what it does to physiology and symptomology. So we're really into the Denarolls by the Chiropractic Biophysics Group. This is kind of our protocol, and this is the pulley thing. Young lady model there is a chiropractor. She works in the office of the chiropractor that makes them for me. The chiropractor that makes them for me is a guy named Don Meyer, practices in Huntington Beach, California. Some of you might know him. She's a Life West graduate. If I was to do this perfectly, I think her knees would be a little bit closer to her chest so that her feet would be more straight above her face when she pulled down. It's completely passive on your low back. All of the motor effort comes out of your arms. Your weight pulls down, the pulleys pull you up, and the result is you are opening the posterior disc and you are taking your dried out desiccated disc and you're rehydrating it, like taking a dry sponge and squishing it underwater. It's like taking, like I say, a Cox flexion distraction table home with you. You would never put an acute back on this, but for chronic back, I dream about this. It works so good. And the device is $21 and it'll last you forever. We've never had one break. And this is the article I was telling you about from Vert Mooney. It's a classic. As he says here, mechanical events can be translated into chemical events related to pain. Pain is chemical. It's inflammatory chemical, but you can get rid of them mechanically. Says chemistry says the mechanical activity has a great deal to do with the exchange of water and oxygen concentration of this. An important aspect of disc nutrition and health is the mechanical aspect of the disc related to fluid mechanics. The pumping action maintains the nutritional and biomechanical function of the intervertebral disc. Thus, research substantiates the view that unchanging posture as a result of constant pressure, such as standing, sitting, or lying, leads to an interruption of the pressure-dependent transfer of liquid. Actually, the human intervertebral disc lives because of movement. The result is when you're subluxated or doing any of these other things, like you're a committed desk jockey, you never exercise, that you can change the chemistry, as it says down here. In summary, what is the answer to the question? Where is the pain coming from in the chronic low back pain patient? I believe its source ultimately is in the disc. Basic studies and clinical experience suggest that mechanical therapy is the most rational approach to the relief of the painful condition. Mechanical therapy, you're unlocking it, you're remodeling it, you're breaking up the glues, you're getting rid of this stuff, you're balancing the omega-6, omega-3s, and in the short run, you're causing significant change of chemistry with a low-level electrotherapy. Works really good. This is the article that we started with earlier today, so just making sure you know that it came up and you have it. As the words from Mark Baer from Brown's Medical School, neurons of the brain rarely regenerate, so each dead neuron is one less we have for thinking. One of the fascinating ironies of neuronal life and death is that glutamate, the most essential neurotransmitter in the brain, is also one of the biggest killers of neurons. I became aware of that reading the article in Scientific American in July of 1991 by Zevin, the article I've been telling you about how the calcium goes in. It's called excitotoxicity, etc. So here's the picture. Now, we've already seen this. We saw it in blue from our own government, HHS, and the journal Molecular Neurobiology. Look at the voltage-gated calcium ion channel again. And look at the words here. The words are inappropriate. Glutamate alone causes the channel to open. Stop. That is simply not true. Aspartate will do it because the name of the receptor is N-methyl-D-aspartate. Aspartate uses the aspartate receptor, so does glutamate. Glutamate is the big dog, though. Aspartate is a minor player compared to glutamate. But as the article from Molecular Neurobiology points out, you could flip this guy open with certain waveforms in the electromagnetic spectrum, including your 4G, and your 5G is worse than 4G. You're going to kill your brain quicker. As it said so, as it does this, too calcium then rushes in. Too much calcium can be a bad thing. If the neurons become overloaded with calcium, they die. It's called excitotoxicity. As Amy Yasko says, glutamate is the gun, calcium is the bullet that kills the neuron. The bulletproof vest is magnesium. What's your number? Well, if you're like everyone else that I'm reading about today, everyone is low because of farm chemicals, which means that the magnesium it blocks, as the word says, the pore becomes blocked by magnesium. How much neuron you're losing at every moment of your life is dependent upon how effective is your bulletproof vest. What's your magnesium levels? All of the references, Mildred Seelig, Morley Robbins, Carolyn Dean, Dale Bredesen, the Alzheimer's guy, they all say, you're losing neurons at an accelerated rate every moment of your life, including this moment right now when you're listening to me, if your magnesium does not exceed 6.5 milligrams per deciliter. What's your number? We check that on everyone. It's a simple finger prick blood analysis. We do ZRT labs. I put the labs we use in the back of the notes, and we just say, hey, this is what's relevant to modern clinical chiropractic. This is really good because I don't think I ever knew anything about the glymphatic system. The glymphatic system is lymphatic with a G, and glymphatic applies to your brain. As you're doing stuff throughout the day, like right now, I'm talking to you guys and you guys are listening to me, that means your brain's working, and as your brain's working, you get waste product from the energy genesis within your brain. The waste products must be washed out every night. It's called the glymphatic system. You gotta wash it away. If you don't wash it away, you wake up the next day already ankle or knee deep in garbage, and it accelerates death of neurons, which is another reason that you start to get neurodegenerative disorders. As this article here comes from the journal Neurochemical Research in 2015, look at the words. It says the glymphatic system is a waste clearance system. The glymphatic system functions mainly during sleep and is largely disengaged during wakefulness. They say a full shower for your brain, the glymphatic wash, a full shower requires 8 hours. They do know, though, that you can accelerate the glymphatic wash. I put the articles in your notes if you put lasers on your brain. So we do. I put a laser on my brain every single day, today, tomorrow, yes, every day I do it, because they say this is how you ensure that you will go to age 100 without, with still being highly functional mentally and physically. So we buy the devices, we've got them. Once you got the device, you just have to then motivate yourself and do it. So I have my protocols. I put the protocols, I do it, I never miss. Failure of glymphatic function to turn might contribute to the pathology of neurodegenerative disorders, traumatic brain injury, and stroke, all of which we want to avoid. As Stephen Gundry says here, the glymphatic system is most active during the specific stage of sleep that happens very early in the sleep cycle. The glymphatic system, like your digestive system, requires a great deal of blood flow. This means that if you eat too soon before going to bed, your blood will all flow to your gut to aid digestion and will not be able to reach your brain to complete the all-important brain wash. If your glymphatic system cannot wash out your brain effectively, you will end up with a buildup of amyloid and other toxins, including lipopolysaccharides in the brain. The wash cycle is probably the single most overlooked and misunderstood aspect of neurodegenerative disease. Well, guess what? We can accelerate that process with lasers. It's in the literature. I put the literature in the notes. Therefore, we do it. The simple solution, leave as big a gap as possible between your last meal and when you go to bed. He says at least 4 hours. So we kind of do that. We try to be done with dinner at 6. We stop seeing patients now at 4:30. We start early, but we stop at 4:30. We get home, we prepare dinner, we eat dinner. It's all done by 6. No food after dinner. Lights out at 10. Lights out at 10. There's nothing that we're digesting. All of the blood then goes right to our brain. It washes out our brain. But right then we accelerate the whole process by doing our laser protocols just before we go to bed. I'll show them to you. The sleep rules, basically, they're all good rules. This is the one that is very concerning. So I just skipped that last one just because I am aware of time. From the Journal of Cerebral Blood Flow and Metabolism, 2016. And take a look at this. Coming out of UCLA, dietary fructose aggravates the pathobiology of traumatic brain injury by influencing energy homeostasis and plasticity. Right on down as you start looking at this, fructose consumption disrupts hippocampal energy homeostasis as evidenced by a decline in functional mitochondrial bioenergetics, oxygen consumption, and cytochrome C oxidase activity. Fructose blocks cytochrome C oxidase. That's why fructose is very problematic, and that everyone in the know who wants to go the distance realizes that not only you got to quit doing sugary junk, you have to stop doing fruit. Really, fruit is a problem. As Stephen Gundry says here in his second book, his 2019 book called The Longevity Paradox, fruit is the sugar in fruit, and it has been shown to be a mitochondrial poison. Fruit is the main sugar in fruit is actually a toxin that can directly injure cells and disrupt mitochondrial function. Eating fruit year-round is terribly aging. Cancer cells love fructose in fruit, which are meant to eat only in limited quantities at certain times of the year. When I read Ravenous, just been out for a month, by Sam Apple, he's got a section there. It's called The Evil Twin. The Evil Twin, everyone demonizes glucose, but glucose has an evil twin, another 6-carbon sugar, fructose, and they live together in sucrose. That fructose is exceptionally problematic, particularly if you have cancer, as he says here. This book here is the first book by pediatric endocrinologist Robert Lustig. This is a life-changing book because he makes the reader understand the difference between dopamine and serotonin, and how when you exploit the dopamine pathway, you inhibit the serotonin pathway, giving you depressive illnesses, anxiety, and chronic pain. You also you get more catecholamine norepinephrine, which is very problematic from a chiropractic perspective. I tend to start my college class. I just finished my third week with my current group. I have 86 students this quarter. I start with who's read. One young lady says, I have. And I say, another young guy had it in his hand. I go, hey, you're reading? He goes, yeah, I'm getting into it. I go, what do you think? They both said, this is the most life-changing book they've ever read, because all of a sudden you understand everything. It's just the front end. Then you read The Dopaminergic Mind and Human History and Evolution by Fred Previck. You read Brainwashed by David and Austin Perlmutter. You read The Greatest Maybe of All. It's the book titled The Molecule of More by Harvard's Daniel Lieberman. You read these guys and you're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm finally getting and I'm finally understanding the way the world works. Why is it that people that you might think are insane, while that person thinks they're sane and you're insane? Why is it can be so different? It's because of balance of neurotransmitters that are all influenceable by media and other corporate interests. The science behind the corporate takeovers of our brains and body. This is some really interesting stuff from a guy out of UC San Francisco. He says, when he talks about, again, the value of the omega-3s. This is the book where I first learned about cytokines. It's called Younger Next Year by Chris Crawley and Henry Lodge. They also, by the way, have another companion book. It's called Younger Next Year for Women. This book is so good, but again, it's primarily a book on exercise, but they got some really excellent sections on chiropractic neurophysiology. He never mentions chiropractic, but they describe the chiropractic neurophysiology of proprioception and why it's got to be at a certain level or your brain won't work right. This is a book on cytokines. This is the book that says the general in charge of the pro-inflammatory cytokines is interleukin-6, and the leader of the anti-inflammatory cytokines is interleukin-10. This is another book on exercise, but it's also a book on addiction, about how dopamine onto the nucleus accumbens. He does a really good job on that. This is, again, just being sensitive to time and seeing where we are. This is my typical court case. This is one of the drawings for my 12 quarter seniors. What is pain? Pain begins with a nociceptor. Back pain begins in the disc. Neck pain begins in the facet. And that it sends an electrical signal towards your brain, your cortical brain, to see with 2 circles, cortical brain. But it is not uninterrupted. It is interrupted. And they call that the synaptic cleft. And when things can occur at the synapse, synaptogenesis, neuroplasticity, and windup that perpetuate the electrical signal going up into the brain. And they start realizing that what initially sets off the nociception is inflammation, led by prostaglandin E2 eicosanoid. This got the Nobel Prize. The arachidonic acid, COX enzymes, this got the 1982 Nobel Prize. Just look up 1982 Nobel Prize, you'll see it. And how this is completely skewered by government subsidization, corn and soy, but also cottonseed, sunflower, safflower, peanut, canola, all those guys. The answer is icosapentaenoic acid, at least in the long run. But in the short run, you can inhibit these same guys with a laser, and then you adjust them. When you adjust them, you fire off mechanoreceptors, which creates a neurological sequence of events that activates the serotonergic pathway called the raphe magnet nucleus, dumping inhibitory neurotransmitters pre and postsynaptically in lamina 2 substantia gelatinosa. This model of chiropractic has been pretty much nonstop since it was first published in the journal Pain, top journal in the world on pain. The editor, when it was published, was Patrick Wall of Melzock and Wall in 1965, Game Theory of Pain. It got published in November of 1996 by a guy named Bill Vizencino. So you kind of look at that and I'm thinking, yeah, so we can do this in our courtrooms. General principles of pain management. I mean, there's so many different things when you're dealing with people with pain. We tend to go, we're chiropractors, we definitely have our biases, but all of this can be relevant. The gate theory, you close the pain gate, you adjust them. You balance the omega-6 and omega-3s. You reduce pro-inflammatory cytokines with omegas and resveratrol and curcumin. Lasers knock down both ends of the pro-inflammatory cytokines and the pro-inflammatory eicosanoids, omega-6 and omega-3. So we do our lasers. Got FDA market clearance for pain in July of 2018. As again, we get their vitamin D up, we treat the gut, we give malic acid, magnesium, which gives them more energy, runs the pumps. We reduce excitotoxins, glutamate and aspartame, we saw the article. We manage insulin resistance and other things clinically that make sense. This here is one of the studies by James Whedon, a killer, flat out saying if you get chiropractic involved, you can drop opioid use drastically. In this study, it was by 55%. This study here by Kelsey Cochran, if you look at her study, it is unprecedented. It's a study that involves 62,000 plus chiropractic patients with a bottom line is they could reduce opioid use by 64% by getting chiropractic involved. We are the answer. It is so bad out there. We are the answer. The Plant Paradox by Stephen Gundry, why we would treat the gut. I'm going to skip the gut protocol. I want you to know that if you're going to use a laser, there are publications that will say there are things that will make the laser work better and things that will impair the laser. Doesn't mean it takes it to zero, but it reduces its effectiveness. What makes it work better? If you read Udo Erasmus, Fats That Heal, Fats That Kill, all the way back in 1993, he says what enhances it is the improving omega-6 omega-3 ratio, because if you shot those like cytochrome C oxidase, it's embedded in a membrane of fat. If you have fluid fats, omega-3s, it works better than if you have less fluid fats like omega-6s and trans fats. You move electrons with CoQ10. You help mitochondrial rejuvenation with acetyl L-carnitine, alpha-lipoic acid. The whole system is benefited with magnesium and coconut oil. The darker the room, the less ambient photons will displace laser photons to get a better outcome. Lasers work best if you get it as close as possible. In the flip side of all that, pretty much just the flip side, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs and steroids block the laser receptor. Statin drugs will also drop the CoQ10 so you don't move the electrons very well. If you are physically fit, you have more mitochondria than if you're physically unfit. So so if you get people to exercise, they tend to get a better outcome. Don't exceed the hormetic threshold. That lasers are not linear. No one says that other than certain marketing. Lasers are hormetic. It goes up and then it starts to come down. You have to do the nervous system, as we saw a number of studies in that. If there's bright ambient light, it will reduce laser effectiveness. And the further you are away, the worse off. And then the same cytochrome C oxidase that lasers target can be blocked by dietary fructose. We got to tell people about that, talk to them about that, try to get some habit changes. The brain, we do everything kind of the same in the brain. We shouldn't, but we do. Because of that one article by Stuart Lipton in particular says they all share physiology, whether it be trauma, neurodegenerative disorders like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, depression, anxiety, stroke, cognitive enhancement. I don't have any of these. I have risk for these. I've been knocked unconscious 4 times. I have risk. I did all the sports. I had repetitive subconcussive blows in my youth. All of that is bad. If you read Tris Dixon, his brand new book called Damage, again, you realize all of that dumb stuff you did in high school and college and before, that stuff is affecting you now in a negative way, whether you understand or not. And there's things that you can do. If you have risk factors, you can reduce the risk by doing protocols. So I put protocol in a note. The other thing is you can take whatever you are. So Michelle gets a referral from a chiropractor. A lady, seen a chiropractor, gets bucked off a horse. We kind of live in a rural area, a lot of horses. Gets bucked off a horse, compression fracture of the T12 vertebral body. So the chiropractor says, I think maybe we'll enhance the healing, and a laser does that, and I don't have one, but Michelle does. So she sends over to Michelle. So Michelle is targeting with our FX, targeting the L5, or the T12 vertebral body compression fracture. And about the third visit, the lady says, can you tell me again, what is this laser doing? And Michelle's, yeah. She goes, ever since you've been doing this, my brain has worked better than it has ever worked in my entire adult life. And Michelle wasn't even doing her brain. She's doing T12, targeting T12. And the laser is right at T12 and getting these cognitive enhancements. That's because every local laser has a systemic component to it. Imagine if you went right after the brain, which is what we tend to do. In this nice article here, down here, as I'm looking at my time, stroke, traumatic brain injury, dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, evidence that all of these seemingly diverse conditions can be beneficially affected by applying light to the head and cognitive enhancement. I do it primarily for cognitive enhancement. I'm in my 43rd year, and we haven't even peaked. I look at my high school reunion, and it's like everyone has already peaked and on the downside. We're still getting better every day, but when you do laser, as this one goes over, everything you want is happening. You decrease neuronal excitatoxicity by pumping the glutamate into the astrocyte where it's held in an inactive form. You increase superoxide dismutase to neutralize the superoxide free radical. It's anti-inflammatory. It increases brain-derived neurotrophic factor, increases synaptogenesis neuroplasticity. It increases the lymphatic drainage of the brain, the lymphatic system, increases blood flow. It increases engine. Everything you want, you're doing. All you have to do is make the commitment to do it. So we go through the literature, we figure it out, we change the protocol periodically, and we just do the protocol. A lot of the protocols that we use came from this reference here, the role of low-level laser therapy and neurorehabilitation, where they profile PMR, physical medicine rehabilitation. Again, it's a government provocation, our government, and they're doing traumatic brain injury, stroke, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and amyotrophic lateral sclerosis in this study. They reiterate that there's almost no facet of physiology that lasers will not influence in a positive way because you're up in the ATP. And if you have that, you can do just about anything. Again, as it notes here, it says nitric oxide can be photodissociated by absorption of red or near infrared light, allowing oxygen to return and sharply increasing respiration. That's what Warburg says you got to do. And adenosine triphosphate formation, that's part of the whole thing. The protocol that we do has been published. It was published in 2010. I have changed the protocol since then, particularly after I read this 2015 book by Norman Deutsch, chapter 4 on this book, the greatest book of hope I've ever read for anyone with a brain problem. This book, chapter 4, is how you use lasers for brain for stroke and trauma, etc. It is killer interesting. This is the article that we kind of already looked at least a couple times, and in my 5 minutes, brain photobiomodulation using red near infrared light is an innovative treatment for a wide range of neurologic and psychological conditions. Notice, not just neurological, but psychological. It says this light is able to stimulate complex 4 of the mitochondrial respiratory chain, cytokines deoxidase again, and increase ATP synthesis. It enhances the metabolic capacity of the neuron and stimulates anti-inflammatory, anti-apoptotic, and antioxidant responses, as well as neurogenesis and synaptogenesis. Its therapeutic role in disorders such as dementia, Parkinson's disease, as well as able to treat stroke, brain trauma, and depression, has gained increasing interest because it works. I mean, we're doing it. Sorry, photodissociating the nitric oxide, elevating the ATP, pretty much exactly everything we're saying. These are some of the protocols. It talks about the value of shooting it up the nose, shooting into the mouth, shooting it through the skull. So we're kind of doing all of those things. all the different things it is, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, superoxide dismutase, I mean, all the things that we kind of looked at. This is basically our protocol. So without kind of time, but it's kind of a cookbook. This is exactly what we do in total. The pulses, because pulsing works better. I like the good old standard 493360. Michelle likes 4933 528. She says 528 is the pulse for serotonin, which helps with pain, and it is the neurotransmitter for love. If you're using a dual head, which they don't make anymore, you use if you use an accelerate, which is the one I travel with, you do 2 minutes at each spot. These are the spots where we put it, but it's part of a program of care with truly miraculous outcomes. This is the one we saw a little bit earlier. I just wanted you to know in my 3 minutes before Wendy's going to come back, we started off talking about, and Wendy mentioned a little bit about antimicrobial blue light. I want you to know that I put some abstracts in there on how you can knock down pathogens with the 405, and it's being published and talked about not only in leisure journals, but in non-leisure journals like this one, Journal of Hospital Infection 2014. This is the theoretical very last page of the notes. I'm going to go back to it, but just kind of letting you know that the very last page, I'm just going to work my way back up. So this is the very last page of the notes. These are the labs that we use. This gives us our omega-6, omega-3, this is our vitamin D, this is our red blood cell magnesium. If these guys, these guys have used this last Murphy, they give some sort of price break, but people say, where are the labs? They're in the notes. Michelle has DVDs starring me, if you use them to educate our patients, her patients. In particular, I educate my own, but she uses these, and these things are short, 10, 15 minutes, all well referenced, put together, high energy, professional camera crew. If you're so inclined to talk to Michelle. My article review, if anyone ever wants to sign up for it, you do it through my webpage, www.danmurphydc.com. These are our contacts. Don't call me, don't email me, but if you need anything from us, contact Michelle. She will not market you, but this is her. If you want like the fermentation drawing, she will send it to you. She has it on a machine. There it is. And so just so you know that. And then this is in my moment with you, just letting you know, lasers work on many different levels. They increase ATP, they inhibit the cyclooxygenase enzymes, they upregulate the endogenous anti-oxidant, they degrade scar tissue, they improve neurological function, and you can do something called body contouring lysolipase. And so just, did you have anything to tell them, Michelle?
No, just if they're interested in the DVDs, I'll take 20 bucks off and no shipping and handling. I think you went through those.
Yeah, I did, and there are people like them. I mean, they say it's the best thing they've done for their clinical practice. We kind of get that nonstop every weekend, which brings us back to Wendy. So Wendy, I'm hoping you're there, and I turn over to you.
I am here. Yes, I am here. Thank you. I will do a quick presentation on the Zerona, and then I'll have you answer some questions if that sounds good to you. And I'm going to give Dan a plug. Definitely reach out to Michelle if you're interested in those DVDs. People swear by them and say that they're excellent. So here we go, though. All right, the Zerona is a non-invasive fat loss laser. It's the first device to become FDA cleared for non-invasive fat loss, and it reduces the circumference of the waist, hips, and thighs. I know a lot of you already know about the Zerona and own the Zerona or have looked into it in the past. It's never been more popular than now. Post-COVID, so many people, I mean, we're not even post-COVID, we're going through another wave, right? And a lot of people have put on lbs and pounds, and they're looking for ways to lose that. So it's a great device if you don't want to do anything invasive. Science and background. So it started off actually as an adjunct to liposuction, which I think is quite interesting. The research began back in 1998, and it was laser assisted with the liposuction back in 2004. what it does is the laser creates a transitory pore in the fat cell. So it opens it up for about 72 hours to allow all that fat adipose out. And then your body just flushes it out. So you're not killing the fat cells, you're just eliminating what's inside of them. So if you think of a full grape, you're reducing those into raisins. It's the best way to explain it. Here's under a microscope how the pore is actually created. More pictures of that, before and after shots. Here we are. So what you're looking at right now is patients that come in and have 2 treatments a week for 3 weeks. So it's 6 sessions, and each treatment is 40 minutes. So they lay on the back for 20 minutes, and then the device pauses, and then they roll over, and another 20 minutes on their stomach. So it's pretty amazing. And these studies were done with no additional use of exercise. It was done with a calorie neutral diet.
And we don't metabolize everything, it becomes lipids, and they're stored in our fat cells. When you use the Zerona, they basically open a port for about 72 hours in the fat cell. That allows the contents, the triglycerides within the fat cell, to drain out.
You literally don't feel anything. You just get to relax for a while and get to see the benefits of a trimmer waistline.
If you're a busy mom or a busy person, this is definitely the treatment for you. I can't imagine how it couldn't be right for you, because it is easy, it is effortless, and it works.
It makes you feel better inside and out, gives you the motivation to live a better life.
They now are able to see a true difference in those unwanted areas that they once could not lose of their fat.
You'll see inches lost throughout the body. You'll see changes everywhere else. It's like a domino effect. It's not just where we focus the rays. I thought, I don't know, man, it seems too good to be true. But over the last year, I found out that it's real.
Okay. All right. So that was a great little video. We have so many more videos as well, and research. If you're interested, I'm more than happy to send you more information. But the results of the survey show that we have a 93% satisfaction rate, which is phenomenal. And so a typical patient loses 4 inches of fat after the standard 6 treatments. And this is not lost through reducing water weight, it's the fat adipose. Okay, and this is the standard liposuction procedure is 2 to 3 liters of fat. So you're getting the same result without being invasive, and it's less expensive. So it's a win-win all around. And the non-invasive fat loss procedures are estimated to grow over 20 billion by the end of 2020. It's probably even more now with COVID and everything. So it's a great time to add the device into your practice. And here's a breakdown of the treatment packages. Standard treatments are 6 treatments for somebody who is a little bit overweight but not severely obese or anything. So if you have somebody who needs to lose a little bit more fat, I recommend starting at 10 to 12 treatments as a package. And so if you're doing 5 patients a month, you're getting about 22,000. That's pretty good, you know. And again, with this device as well as the other devices, practitioners say that they pay it off within the 6 months. And one thing great about the Zerona, I know some people call it the cash cow, but we have our clinical educators come out and do an open house. So they not only do they train you, but they're also doing the open house where you invite a lot of people who are interested in losing weight, and they have a 50% closing ratio. So they'll sell the packages, do the presentation for you, and sell 50% of those. So you can use those monies towards paying off the device. So, oops, let me go back quickly. So the Zerona is usually $59.9, and our show special is $4,000 off, so it brings it to $55,900. So estimated monthly payments is around $1,000 a month. So even one patient per month will cover that cost if you're charging $1,500 for 6 treatments. So everything above that is gravy. Use it to pay it off. It's wonderful. Viridia is a company that we teamed up with. So if your patients don't have $1,500 yet need to lose weight and want to purchase a package, they will get approved for this. And it allows them to pay Viridia instead of you. Marketing support, we have a great team that does national campaigns. We do Spotify, YouTube, social media. We've learned that social media is the way to go. Facebook, you name it, all social media. We're getting a lot of leads through that. So also you are, as a practitioner that has the Erchonia, you are able to access our marketing portal and use whatever you want on that. So that's nice as well. I already went over the open house and the training. The clinical educator does the training via Zoom, which is phenomenal, and he'll record that and send it to you so you can share that as well. And like I mentioned, the open house is excellent. There's a closing ratio of 50%, and I recommend to all my Erchonia practitioners to do more than one open house. You could do it every 6 months if you want. Why not pull in more people and sell more packages? Full and unlimited access to the marketing portal and dedicated marketing specialists to help with anything. So basically you get all of our support with this. And that's it for my presentation. I'd like for Dan to answer some questions right now. So I'm going to pass it back over. Oh, Dan, you're not. Are you on, Dan?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Do you have visibility to the questions?
You know, I do, but I don't see any.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can go through them.
You have questions, oh, how come I don't? I've
I
been
got
looking if there was any,
if you
but
double click on it, hang on a second. Can I see it?
I must have done such a good job that I thought no one had any questions. I thought it was a credit to my skills, but I don't see any.
Okay, so I have one. Dr. Murphy, could you make any recommendations regarding the use of the laser on Lyme's disease?
The first thing I would tell you is that I'm currently reading a brand new book on it called Chronic. And I just started it this week after I finished Tris Dixon's. As far as I can tell, if you read Chris Newby's book from 2019, a Stanford Medical School writer, her book is called Bitten. Apparently she was vacationing in Martha's Vineyard. She got ticked and came down with Lyme's disease. And the result is she smartly started to go, what's going on here? And then she says in her book, 2019, if you go back to the Alzheimer's book by Dale Bredesen, his book is 2017. They both say the same thing, and that is when people die of Alzheimer's and they do histology on their brain, they find that they are very often infected with Lyme's. If you start looking at the Lyme thing, if you read Chris Newby's book and you dial that back 15 years prior to when you look at the book by Michael Christopher Carroll called Lab 257, they both make the same accusation that the Lyme pathogen is a bacteria was genetically modified specifically to beat the human immunological response. If you read the article in Scientific American, came out in July of 2015, that article says that the antibiotics, because the bacteria, antibiotics will knock down the active colonists, which is why people that have active Lyme's often feel better when they take an antibiotic, but that there are hibernators that are uninfluenced by the antibiotic, and the hibernators will resurrect and repopulate the body, which is why after a run of antibiotics, often they're good for a while, then they get bad again. And it's because they go through these cycle things. And the result is they both claim that much of Lyme is chronic. If you get chronic Lyme, it's something you're going to have to deal with. What I see in the laser circles is that, again, you can knock down the titers with the violet laser. I wouldn't even think about messing with Lyme without a violet. I would be doing a red violet combo, and I would just do the exact same protocol, but I would be doing the violet because of its unique ability to knock down titers. I do not think that it's going to, as a rule, cure people, if ever cure people, because of the hibernators, but it should, because we have several right now, it kind of gives them their lives back in that they are pretty functional. So we use the violet. I would use actually the same pulses that I would use for COVID, which are 20, 73, 625, 787. So those are my four: 20, 73, 625, 787. And again, we're doing medial prefrontal cortex, vertex of skull, temporal lobe left, temporal lobe right, between the occiput and the atlas, up the nose and into the mouth. That's essentially what we would do. And again, there's a lot of stuff out on Lyme's, and in fact, the current book is yet another book on how to manage it. And I've read Stephen Bueller's book, Curing Lyme's, from a few years ago, and I find all this to be very helpful. But the laser itself, I would use those blinks, those pulses. I would use those locations which were on the page, same page that I put into the notes, and I would, of course, make sure that it's a violet because of the violet's unique ability to have antimicrobial blue light, particularly the 405, which is what we're using. Hope that was helpful.
I think it's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, I have a couple more. The next one is how to use laser for repair sensory peripheral neuropathy.
We kind of like we talked about, we shoot the part, peripheral neuropathy, the peripheral nerve, like it's a foot, you shoot the foot, but then you got to do the nerve roots that go to the foot. So we would do both ends of that. Remember, peripheral neuropathies in the modern era are most associated with blood sugar problems. They're diabetic peripheral neuropathies. And so we, of course, look at a bigger picture. What can we do about diabetes? And, what are the drivers of diabetes? And so I read just so much stuff. And again, it's refined carbohydrates. So we get them to try to minimize their consumption of refined carbohydrates. But we also remember the GAIST study, G-A-I-S-T, came out of the journal Neurology all the way back in 2002, where they were adamant the top cause of peripheral neuropathy is statin pharmacology. So you ask people, are you on statins? If they intend to stay on the statins, then you have to drastically elevate their CoQ10. According to the Singh book, he says that anywhere for a minimum of 150 milligrams of CoQ10, and depending on the dose of statins, all the way up to 300 milligrams per day for people that have peripheral neuropathies, because of the reduction of CoQ10, and then without CoQ10, the nerve doesn't work right, and you get these peripheral neuropathies. So we get talking about statin pharmacology. And then everything else, we do pretty much everyone the same. We up their omega-3s, we put them on magnesium, we put them on vitamin D. We try to change their diet. We talk to them about lectins. And for the most part, they seem to do exceptionally well. We're also into the foot baths that we get from Erchonia and infrared saunas. Just make sure the infrared sauna does not have a wavelength of greater than 850 nanometers. That's out of Mercola's 2019 book called Keto Fast. He did a good job on that. But peripheral neuropathies are pretty commonly done with laser therapy. It helps them a lot. But I think as a monotherapy, you can always do better if you get involved in some of the other things that I just kind of rattled through. Hope that was all right.
Yeah, no, it's 3 o'clock now. We have a few more if it's okay to run over a couple minutes. Okay. All right. This doctor had to step away. Does Dr. Dan have any input on strategies for patients who are presenting with post-COVID jab symptoms? I know you went over a lot of different protocols in terms of how the laser can help with post-COVID, but I'm not sure about the jab symptoms.
Yeah, I'm not either. I mean, that's the honest truth. What Michelle and I have been running into is long haulers, particularly long haulers that have varying degrees of brain fog. Michelle, are you listening? So am I right on that? The brain fog stuff, Michelle's a chiropractic guy. And so again, we find that improving nitric oxide with lasers has been very beneficial. We dovetail that with a NutraWest nitric oxide product, which is a supplement for vasodilation as well. And so it seems to do pretty good since I don't know exactly what the jabs is, but it depending where it is, if it's in the lungs, and I'm targeting chest, but our patients that have been what we call long haulers, it's all been brain stuff. So again, we're doing the lasers on the exact same spot because that's just what I see for everything, because lasers are working and they're not working so much to the spot, but they work to influence the cerebral spinal fluid. That's what Norman Doidge says. So I'm kind of doing the exact same stuff, but rather than using an infection frequency, because I believe they're probably titer free, we're using vascular frequencies. We have a frequency for both arterial flow and another frequency for circulation. They're pre-programmed into our device, and I don't dial them in enough to have them memorized like I do the COVID, but they're in Jerome's book. We use vascular frequencies along with chiropractic adjusting to improve sympathetic inhibition of catecholamines and therefore vasodilation. They are gorostides, and then so we're doing the chiropractic thing, we're doing the laser thing, and again we try to change your diet, give them omega-3s and vitamin D, and the nitric oxide product from NutraWest. Of course, we use NutraWest for all that other stuff too. We do their omegas, their vitamin D, and their magnesium, malate, all of that stuff is NutraWest product. Is that all right?
Yep, sounds good. Also, I just want to reiterate, I know the notes were not in the handout section of this webinar. I did connect with corporate and they said they're too large and they will be emailed to you on Monday with the replay link. So they are available and everybody in attendance will receive them.
And Wendy, we got 2 more classes coming up that are killing good. I mean, I put so much time in them. They're killing good.
Definitely,
yes. They're 8 hours. And one's next Saturday, and one's kind of at the end of the month. And they have their own separate stack of notes that are even bigger. I'm surprised that they think these are too big. This is only 107 pages. The other ones are over 200 pages.
I know, right? Your notes can be like a huge ream, like the encyclopedia, but everybody wants them, which is good though. Yeah, so I think that's it for the questions for now. Dean, were you able to view my slides when I did the Zerona presentation?
No,
okay.
Up on mine, so I just kind of looked at
All right, sorry about that. I apologize.
That's okay.
Okay, so I think you answered all of the questions though, and all of the notes will be sent out on Monday along with the replay. And feel free to reach out to myself and or any of the other reps, and that'll be on the email as well. So do you want to say anything else, Dan? I know that you have a couple other events coming up and they can go on to Erchonia.com and sign up for those, and also get the DVDs. Reach out to Michelle and get those if you don't own them already.
I have nothing to do with signing up the other events. They're Erchonia events. And then if anyone wanted the fermentation page or anything else that just went a little too fast, whatever, Michelle's a great resource, and so her email was on the notes.
Yes.
And so just deal with Michelle, and then what else I would say? Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty good, Wendy. Thanks for running.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye.
I'm signing off. Bye, everyone.
Bye.